Imagine going to bed tonight with a calm mind, free from the endless noise of stress, fear, and overthinking. Imagine waking up tomorrow not only rested, but stronger, clearer, and more focused than you've ever felt before. A new day, not just another day. A chance to live with purpose, to take control, and to move closer to the life you want. But tell me the truth. How many nights have you gone to sleep carrying your worries with you, only to wake up just as heavy as when you closed your eyes? How many times have you opened your eyes in the morning and felt tired before the day even began? The way you end your day shapes the way you begin the next. If your nights are filled with chaos, your mornings will be weak. But if your nights are filled with discipline, stillness, and reflection, then your mornings will become powerful. Today, you're going to discover how to use 4 hours of Stoic meditation to transform your mind overnight. These are not just simple techniques. They are proven practices inspired by the wisdom of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, designed to give you control over your thoughts, your emotions, and your life. So get ready, because after this, your nights and your mornings will never be the same again. You won't just be falling asleep, you'll be programming your mind for strength, for peace, and for resilience. The more you repeat these practices, the deeper they will sink into your subconscious, and the easier it will be to turn them into action. Write it down now, prepare yourself, and let's begin. There is something haunting about the silence of the night. The world grows quiet, the streets calm down, and the constant noise of the day begins to fade. Yet, for many people, that silence is not peace. It is the moment when the mind becomes louder. Thoughts of mistakes, regrets, or conversations you wish had gone differently come knocking at the door of your mind. This is where most people try to run away, distracting themselves with screens, with late-night snacks, with endless scrolling. But what if that silence wasn't something to fear? What if it was the most powerful tool you could use to rebuild yourself one night at a time? Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, understood this better than anyone. Every evening he practiced what can be called a self-audit. It was not punishment, nor was it self-pity. It was clarity. He asked himself simple but piercing questions. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with justice, with courage, with discipline, with wisdom? Where did I fail, and where can I do better tomorrow? It was not about shame, but about direction. The day had already passed. He could not change it. But the night allowed him to prepare the mind for the next sunrise. And this is where your own practice begins, your midnight reckoning. The beauty of this practice is that it is not about perfection, it is about awareness. You don't need to have lived a flawless day. In fact, the exercise is useless if you pretend you did. The power lies in honesty. When the distractions are gone and you are left alone with your thoughts, that is the time to face yourself without filters, to see the truth of your actions not through the eyes of others, but through your own. You become both the judge and the student, and in this quiet court, no excuses are allowed. The first step is learning to sit with the discomfort of reflection. Most people avoid it because it forces them to see the gap between who they are and who they want to be. But that gap is not a curse, it is a map. Think about this. If you were to drive to a destination but refused to admit you were lost, would you ever arrive? Reflection is the act of admitting your current location. It is saying, here is where I am, not where I wanted to be, not where others think I am, but exactly here. And only from this honesty can you choose the next turn. Marcus would often write his reflections, but you don't have to. Some nights It may be enough to close your eyes and review your day like a story playing back in slow motion. See yourself in the morning. Did you rise with purpose, or did you waste precious minutes in delay? How did you treat those around you? Did you listen, or did you interrupt? Were your words meant to help, or did they carry hidden anger? These are not questions to make you feel small, but to make you aware. Because every time you notice a crack in your character, you now have the power to repair it before it becomes a broken foundation. The key is to move past general thinking and step into detail. Instead of saying, "I was lazy today," ask, "At what exact moment did I choose comfort over discipline?" Maybe you promised yourself to study for 30 minutes, but picked up your phone instead. Maybe you said you would go for a short walk, but stayed seated. Pinpointing the exact moment creates clarity, and clarity is the first step to change. When you know exactly where you fell, you also know where to stand stronger tomorrow. But the audit is not only about mistakes, it is also about victories. A common trap is to only see what went wrong and ignore what went right. Yet, balance is essential. Did you resist anger in a moment where you usually would have exploded? Did you complete a task that you had been delaying? Did you show kindness without expecting anything in return? These wins may seem small, but they are not. They are proof that progress is possible. They show that you are not just repeating the same patterns every day, you are evolving. And by recognizing these small victories, you reinforce the part of yourself you want to grow. Now, once you have reviewed both the failures and the successes, you must take the next step, planting corrections. This is where most people stop, and this is why their reflections never translate into change. They look at the past but forget to instruct the future. The Stoics understood that the mind is not only a recorder of events, but also a builder of intentions. By feeding it instructions before sleep, you allow the subconscious to work on them overnight. This is why Marcus would phrase his reflections not just as regrets, but as lessons. Instead of, "I was weak today," he would think, "Tomorrow I will practice strength in this area." Instead of, "I lost my temper," he would say, "Tomorrow I will remember that anger serves no purpose." These small corrections act like seeds planted in the soil of the subconscious. By morning, they begin to grow into action. And here is something fascinating. Modern neuroscience supports this ancient practice. Studies have shown that the brain continues to process unresolved thoughts during sleep. The subconscious mind reviews, reorganizes, and even strengthens patterns you feed it before drifting off. This means that when you end your night with anger, resentment, or self-pity, you are literally programming your brain to repeat those emotions tomorrow. But when you end it with clarity, forgiveness, and a plan for better action, you are programming your brain to choose differently. You become your own architect, shaping the person who will rise in the morning. Silence is crucial here. You cannot do a self-audit while scrolling, watching, or listening to endless noise. You must create space for the mind to breathe. Turn off the light, put away the devices, and let the room be still. At first, the silence will feel heavy. Thoughts will rush in, but do not fight them. Let them come, observe them, and then guide them with the questions you have chosen. Like a shepherd guiding restless sheep, bring your mind back to reflection each time it wanders. With practice, the silence transforms from an enemy into an ally, a space where your mind learns to sharpen itself. Some nights, the reckoning may feel brutal. You may see sides of yourself that you would rather hide, but remember this truth. Awareness is not condemnation. To see your weakness does not mean you are weak. It means you are capable of honesty, and honesty is the birthplace of strength. It is far better to meet your flaws in the quiet of night than to let them destroy you in the light of day. The courage to face yourself is greater than the courage to face others. For when you conquer yourself, no external challenge can break you. Another powerful part of this practice is forgiveness, especially forgiveness of yourself. Reflection is not a chance to endlessly punish your mistakes. That would be useless. You are not meant to whip yourself with guilt. Instead, you are meant to acknowledge the error, learn from it, and let it go. Carrying shame into tomorrow does not make you stronger, it makes you slower. The lesson is the treasure. The guilt is the poison. Take one and discard the other. In this way, each night becomes a cleansing, a ritual of renewal. You may be wondering how long this practice should take. The truth is, it does not require hours. 10 to 15 minutes of focused reflection can be more powerful than hours of shallow distraction. But consistency matters. Doing it every night builds a rhythm. The mind learns to expect it, to prepare for it, and eventually the process becomes smoother. Like sharpening a blade, repetition makes it effective. A dull blade cannot cut through the lies you tell yourself, but a sharpened one can slice through any illusion. Over time, you will notice something remarkable. You begin to catch yourself earlier. At first, you may only see your errors at night, long after they happened. But as your awareness sharpens, you start to notice them in the moment. You are about to say something cruel, but then you remember last night's reflection and stop. You are about to waste time, but then you recall the promise you planted in your subconscious. This is the transformation. The midnight reckoning does not just change your nights, it rewires your days. There is also another layer to this practice that Marcus Aurelius himself embodied: humility. Reflection at night reminds you that you are not a god, not infallible, not beyond error. You are human, and to be human is to fall short. But to be stoic is to turn every shortcoming into fuel. Pride resists reflection because it fears seeing weakness. Humility embraces reflection because it sees weakness as an opportunity to grow. This humility is not self-belittling, it is self-liberating. You do not need to be flawless to be worthy. You only need to be willing to improve. Let me give you a practical technique to deepen your nightly reflection. When reviewing your day, try to view yourself from outside, as though you are watching another person live your life. See yourself entering the room, hear the words you spoke, watch the expressions on your face. Would you admire that person? Would you trust them? Would you respect their choices? This exercise removes excuses, because when you see yourself as another character, the truth becomes clearer. And once you see clearly, you can decide what kind of character you want to play tomorrow. This perspective is also powerful for relationships. Think about the people you interacted with today. Did you treat them in a way you would want to be treated? Did you bring peace or chaos to their lives? Did you lift them or burden them? Reflection forces you to see beyond your own viewpoint and consider the effect you have on others. And when you improve the way you affect others, you also improve the quality of your own life. For no one lives in isolation. The ripples of your behavior return to you. Finally, there is a deeper reason why the midnight reckoning is so powerful. It teaches you to live each day as if it were complete in itself. When you reflect at night, you are closing the book on that day. You are saying, "This chapter is written. I cannot change it, but I can learn from it." This mindset keeps you from dragging unfinished emotions into tomorrow. It allows you to wake up fresh, not carrying the weight of yesterday. Each day becomes a separate life, born in the morning, lived through the hours, closed at night. And when you live this way, your life as a whole becomes lighter, more intentional, and more meaningful. So tonight, when the world grows quiet, do not run from the silence. Enter it. Let it hold a mirror to your soul. Review the day honestly, learn from it, plant your corrections, forgive yourself, and close the book. Then sleep, knowing that your mind is working while you rest, shaping you for tomorrow. This is the midnight reckoning, the ancient ritual that can transform your nights into the training ground of the soul. And when practiced with discipline, it will not just change the way you sleep, it will change the way you live. When the book of the day is closed and the reckoning is complete, there is still more work that can be done before sleep takes over. Reflection teaches you where you stood and where you fell, but there is another exercise that digs deeper, one that touches the very roots of fear and attachment. The Stoics knew that life does not move in straight lines. It bends, it breaks, it surprises. And if you are unprepared, every bend feels like a disaster. But what if the night itself could become a rehearsal ground where you practice meeting loss and hardship without being destroyed by them? What if sleep could become not just rest, but training for resilience? This practice is called negative visualization, and it is one of the strongest tools ever handed down from Stoic thought. Most people avoid even thinking about misfortune because it frightens them. They build walls in their minds, pretending tomorrow will always bring the same comforts as today. But avoidance is a poor defense. When reality shatters those walls, the shock can break a person completely. The Stoics chose a different path. They looked directly at loss, at pain, at death, not to live in despair, but to weaken its power. They rehearsed adversity in their thoughts so that, when it arrived in reality, it felt familiar rather than crushing. The key to making this work during sleep is the way you prepare your mind before closing your eyes. Instead of letting random worries dominate you, you guide your thoughts with purpose. You deliberately choose the scenarios to explore, and you do so with a calm and steady tone. It is not about spiraling into anxiety, but about walking into the shadow with a lamp in your hand. For example, you might gently think, "What if tomorrow I wake up and something I value is gone? How will I respond? What will still remain within my control?" In this way, you begin to teach your subconscious to treat adversity as a teacher rather than an executioner. A good way to begin is to focus on the loss of small comforts first. As you rest in bed, think of something ordinary you take for granted: the soft pillow, the roof above you, the ease of clean water. Then, quietly picture yourself without it, not in a dramatic or violent way, but as a simple shift: the pillow replaced with a hard floor, the roof gone, the water scarce. Stay with that picture long enough to feel discomfort, but not long enough to drown in fear. Then ask yourself, could I still endure? Could I still live a meaningful life? What resources inside me cannot be taken away by the loss of these external things? This step trains your mind to see that true security lies not in possessions, but in character. Over time, the practice can go deeper. You can direct your thoughts toward the people in your life. This is perhaps the most challenging part, but also the most liberating. Before sleep, remind yourself that every person you love is mortal, every relationship fragile. The Stoics often said, "You kiss your child, but remind yourself he is mortal." Not to strip love of warmth, but to intensify it. By facing the reality that you could lose them, you strip away entitlement and wake with greater gratitude. It is the difference between sleepwalking through relationships and truly seeing the gift of each moment. If the thought of loss makes you tremble, do not run. Allow the trembling, but follow it with a quiet resolve. If this loss came, I could endure. I would hurt, but I would not be broken. And tonight, I will love more deeply because I remember how precious it is. Another angle of this practice involves rehearsing your own mortality, not as a dramatic fantasy, but as a nightly reset. As you lie still in bed, say to yourself, "If this were my last night, would I be ready?" This is not about morbid obsession. It is about stripping away procrastination. When you truly see the possibility that tomorrow may not arrive, you wake with sharper priorities. You stop delaying the important things. You stop wasting hours on trivial battles. Each breath gains weight. Each choice becomes deliberate. And when you rise in the morning, your life feels renewed because you rehearsed the end and were given another chance. What makes negative visualization so powerful before sleep is the way the subconscious absorbs it. During dreams, the brain processes emotions in symbolic and indirect ways. By feeding it scenarios of loss and adversity, you prepare it to process those fears in a safe environment. You give the mind a chance to explore danger without consequence, so that in waking life you are less shaken. Just as athletes rehearse movements in training so they can perform under pressure, you rehearse adversity in thought so you can stand firm when life tests you. It is important to understand that this is not pessimism. A pessimist expects the worst and despairs. A Stoic prepares for the worst and strengthens himself. The purpose is not to walk through life in dread, but to walk through life free from dread. Because when you have rehearsed losing everything, you stop clinging so desperately to it. You can enjoy it fully while it lasts, but you no longer depend on it to define your peace. The practice also transforms how you experience gratitude. When you wake from a night of rehearsing loss, you see your surroundings with sharper eyes. The same breakfast, the same sunlight, the same faces. They no longer feel ordinary. They feel like treasures that could vanish. And when you know something could vanish, you value it more. Most people live as though tomorrow is promised. The Stoic lives as though today is a gift. There is also a subtle shift that happens with repeated practice. The fear of loss begins to loosen. At first, rehearsing hardship will stir discomfort, maybe even resistance. But with time, the scenarios lose their sting. You begin to feel a quiet confidence. If health fails, you will adjust. If wealth is lost, you will adapt. If reputation fades, you will continue. If death approaches, you will meet it with dignity. The mind, once trained, carries this strength into waking life. You begin to walk lighter, not because life has become easier, but because you have become stronger. To make the practice more effective, guide your thoughts with specific questions. What if tomorrow I had to face rejection? How would I respond with virtue instead of bitterness? What if my work collapsed? Would I still act with dignity? What if someone insulted me? Would I meet it with calm? What if illness visited me? Could I still find joy in what remains? Each question sharpens your resilience. Each rehearsal makes you less dependent on external fortune. And each night you practice, you carve deeper grooves of strength into your subconscious. A further refinement is to connect the visualization with your breathing. As you picture a loss, take a slow breath in. As you exhale, release the fear. This anchors the practice in the body. You are teaching not only the mind, but also the nervous system to meet adversity with calm. Over time, this breathing pattern becomes automatic. In moments of real stress, the body remembers the training and responds with steadiness rather than panic. You may wonder if this will make you gloomy, but the opposite is true. The more you face loss in thought, the more joy you find in what is present. Negative visualization is not about living in shadows, it is about making the light brighter. When you have faced the possibility of death, every small act of living feels extraordinary. A meal is no longer just food, it is a feast. A conversation is no longer small talk, it is connection. The ordinary becomes sacred. Another benefit of this practice is that it breaks the illusion of control. Much of human suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the shock that we cannot control them. By rehearsing adversity, you remind yourself nightly of what is within your power and what is not. You see that external events will always escape your command, but your response never does. This clarity reduces frustration. You no longer fight to control the uncontrollable. Instead, you focus your energy where it matters, on your own choices. There is wisdom in practicing both loss and response together. Do not simply stop at the vision of hardship. Pair it with the response you wish to embody. If you think of losing wealth, also think of meeting it with simplicity. If you think of losing health, also think of meeting it with courage. If you think of losing loved ones, also think of meeting it with gratitude for the time you had. By pairing loss with virtue, you train your mind not only to expect adversity, but to rise above it. The process may not feel natural at first. Your instincts will push back. Your mind may say, "Why bring trouble into thought when life already brings enough?" But the practice is not creating trouble, it is creating armor. You are rehearsing so that when life brings real storms, you are not caught naked. Just as soldiers train in peace so they can fight in war, you train in silence so you can stand firm in chaos. As nights turn into weeks, you will notice a deeper transformation. The fear of losing things begins to fade into acceptance. You realize that nothing external is truly yours. Possessions, health, relationships, they are all on loan from life. They can be taken at any moment, but your character, your choices, your virtue, those remain yours until the last breath. And when you build your peace on what cannot be taken, no loss can destroy you. When dawn arrives after such a practice, you wake not with dread, but with readiness. You do not cling to the day ahead as if it owes you something. You approach it as a traveler approaches a new path, aware that it could end at any step, but grateful that it continues for now. You move through the hours lighter, less shaken by setbacks, more present with joys. And when night comes again, you return to the practice, not as a burden, but as a gift. So, as you lie in bed tonight, guide your thoughts carefully. Do not let random fears take over. Choose the scenarios that will train you. Picture loss, face it calmly, pair it with a virtuous response, and release the fear with each breath. Then drift into sleep, knowing that your mind is training even as you rest. This is the art of negative visualization in dreams. Not despair, but preparation. Not obsession with loss, but freedom from its terror. And when you wake, you will carry that freedom into the world, walking with a resilience that cannot be broken. When the practice of negative visualization loosens the grip of fear and teaches the mind to live lighter, there is still a deeper layer waiting to be explored. It is one thing to rehearse the loss of comfort, of people, of possessions. It is another to bring yourself face to face with the ultimate limit, your own mortality. The Stoics did not treat death as a distant subject to be avoided. They treated it as a constant companion, a teacher that clarifies what really matters. But here lies the secret. You do not need to live every day as if it were your last. That would overwhelm you and strip away the natural flow of life. Instead, you can dedicate just one night to such a meditation. One night to experiment with the idea that this could be your final day. And in doing so, you can reset your priorities instantly. This meditation is not about despair. It is not about drowning in thoughts of endings. It is about sharpening your awareness of beginnings. When you place death close to your heart, even for a short while, everything you have been ignoring suddenly reveals its weight. Tasks you thought were urgent lose their power. Arguments that consumed your energy shrink into pettiness. The quiet joys you often overlook glow brighter than ever. The purpose of this one-night practice is to give you the gift of perspective, a chance to see your life through a lens that clears away the fog of distraction. Start by letting the mind settle into the thought. If this were the last day, how would I look back on it? Ask yourself what held meaning and what did not. Think of the words you spoke, the time you spent, the energy you gave. Would you be proud of how you used those hours, or would regret whisper in the corners of your reflection? This questioning is not about judgment, but about recognition. You are not here to condemn yourself, but to see clearly, to look at life without filters. The awareness that arises from this process is sharper than any motivational speech. It is personal, undeniable, and deeply real. As you continue, turn your attention to the relationships that fill your life. If this were the end, who would you wish to have spoken to today? What words would you have wanted to share but held back? What gestures of love or gratitude did you postpone, assuming there would be another chance? When you sit with these questions in the silence of the night, the weight of neglected connections comes forward. And with that recognition comes the chance to act differently when morning arrives. You do not need to wait for actual endings to express affection, forgiveness, or appreciation. You can begin tomorrow with words that matter, words that build instead of wound, words that leave no room for regret. The Stoics often reminded themselves that life is not guaranteed, that the next sunrise is a gift, not a certainty. By meditating on this truth for a single night, you break free from the arrogance of assuming endless tomorrows. It is not meant to paralyze you. It is meant to awaken you, to show you that life is not about counting years, but about filling moments. When you know the end could come at any time, you stop wasting your energy on empty pursuits. You start choosing what aligns with your values. You start living with intention rather than inertia. Another dimension of this practice is the re-evaluation of your goals. Many people chase after ambitions without asking themselves whether those ambitions matter in the face of mortality. Success, wealth, recognition, these can seem vital until you place them next to the question of your final day. When you meditate on mortality, the superficial layers peel away. What remains are goals that hold weight beyond applause. The kind of person you are becoming, the depth of your character, the legacy of kindness you leave behind. For one night, let yourself step outside of the race and see what is worth running toward when the finish line is closer than you admit. The meditation also transforms how you meet discomfort. Death itself is the ultimate unknown, and every lesser fear derives its strength from it. By calmly placing yourself before it in thought, you train yourself to accept other challenges with ease. If you can face the thought of your own end without collapsing, then setbacks, losses, or insults lose much of their sting. You carry a quiet power into your days, not because you are reckless, but because you have seen the boundary and accepted it. The world cannot threaten you with what you have already embraced. One way to deepen this reflection is to conduct a mental farewell. Before sleep, think of the things you would let go of if this were the end. Release them in thought, one by one. Possessions, worries, grudges, ambitions that do not matter. This symbolic act clears space in the mind. It shows you what is truly essential and what has been holding you prisoner. And when morning comes, you can carry that clarity with you, focusing only on what deserves your limited time. Another layer involves gratitude. When you live as though today was the last, gratitude becomes natural. Every breath feels like a gift. Every voice you hear feels like a blessing. Even the struggles of the day take on a new shape. If this was the last time you faced a challenge, would you not be grateful to have had the chance to struggle, to grow, to live one more moment? Gratitude softens fear. It transforms mortality from a curse into a reminder of life's richness. There is also strength in simplicity. When you think of the end, you realize how little you truly need. Comfort, luxury, approval, these fade quickly when placed against mortality. What remains are simple acts: kindness, presence, courage, self-control. By rehearsing your last day, you remind yourself that life's essence is not complicated. It is found in the quality of your choices, not in the size of your possessions. This realization can reset the way you live, cutting away clutter and leaving only what adds meaning. This meditation can also bring peace in the face of conflict. Many hold grudges as if time will always allow reconciliation later. But if this were the last night, would holding on to anger still make sense? Would the satisfaction of being right matter if tomorrow never came? Mortality shrinks pride and elevates compassion. It pushes you to forgive, not because others deserve it, but because you deserve peace. And if you carry that peace into your next day, your relationships shift, becoming lighter and more authentic. There is another benefit that may not be obvious. Meditating on your last day frees you from perfectionism. If you knew your time was limited, would you still obsess over every mistake? Or would you focus on action, on living with sincerity instead of flawless execution? Mortality shows you that perfection is an illusion. What matters is presence, honesty, and effort. This shift can release you from the chains of hesitation and allow you to live boldly, unafraid of making mistakes. Before sleep, let this meditation settle into your body as well as your mind. Lie still and feel each breath as a reminder of life's fragility. Each inhalation is a gift. Each exhalation could be the last. Not in a dramatic way, but in a grounding way. When you align your thoughts with your breathing, the awareness becomes physical. It roots itself in your being, and the lesson does not fade easily. As the night unfolds, let the meditation deepen into dreams. The subconscious may weave strange stories, but beneath them, the seed of mortality is planted. You are training yourself to wake with sharper eyes, to look at your world as though it could vanish, and in that awareness lies transformation. When dawn breaks, you rise not with dread, but with clarity. The experiment of one night resets your compass. You know what to value, what to let go of, and how to spend your hours. You see that life is too precious to waste on anger, too short to spend in distraction, too fleeting to be lived without intention. And you carry with you the quiet strength of someone who has rehearsed their end and found meaning in what remains. So dedicate one night to this meditation. Let yourself step into the thought that this could be the final chapter. Use it not to despair, but to sharpen, to reset, to awaken. By practicing memento mori in this way, you do not become obsessed with death. You become fully alive. One night is enough to remind you that every morning is a gift, and every choice is a chance to live with purpose. And when you repeat this practice from time to time, you keep your priorities aligned, your spirit humble, and your days filled with what truly matters. After facing the reality of your final night and allowing mortality to clear away illusions, the next challenge lies not in thought, but in environment. Reflection and visualization can sharpen the mind, but if the hours before sleep are filled with noise and distraction, the clarity you gained quickly dissolves. The modern world does not surrender to quiet easily. Endless chatter, glowing screens, constant stimulation, these flood your senses until silence feels uncomfortable, even threatening. Yet the Stoics understood that silence was not emptiness but power, a weapon for self-mastery. To reclaim that power, you must practice inner stillness before you rest, letting it shape your emotions, your focus, and ultimately your life. Silence is not only the absence of sound, it is the absence of interruption in your inner world. Most people think of silence as a lack of conversation or noise around them, but true silence goes deeper. It means stepping away from stimulation that hijacks the mind. The scroll of social media, the rush of constant messages, the background hum of television. These keep the brain in a state of agitation. When you carry this agitation into bed, your sleep becomes shallow, your dreams restless, and your waking hours scattered. But when you choose silence, you cut off the stream of unnecessary input. You give your thoughts space to settle, just as muddy water clears when left still. The first step is to recognize how overstimulation robs you of control. Every notification, every conversation, every piece of information demands a reaction. The brain is wired to respond to novelty, and each distraction pulls your attention away from what matters. By the time you reach the end of the day, your mind is not your own. It has been shaped by fragments from the outside world. If you want to enter sleep as a Stoic, you must reclaim ownership of your attention. Silence is the doorway to that ownership. When you remove the clutter, you stop reacting and start directing. It is not easy to create silence in a culture that fears it. Many avoid quiet because it exposes the voice of their own mind. Without music, television, or conversation, they hear the thoughts they have been avoiding all day. But facing these thoughts is the very point of the practice. Silence is the stage where your inner dialogue becomes visible. If it is chaotic, you will know. If it is resentful, you will hear it. And only when you recognize this can you guide it toward calm and reason. Avoiding silence is like avoiding a mirror. You may delay discomfort, but you also delay growth. The practice begins with small acts of withdrawal. Set a time each evening when the chatter of the world ends. Turn off the television. Place your phone out of reach. Let the house dim into stillness. At first, this will feel strange. Your hands may twitch toward your devices. Your mind may demand stimulation. But with patience, the craving subsides. What remains is a kind of spaciousness, a still air where you can finally hear yourself. The Stoics saw this as essential. To master the self, you must be able to sit in your own company without distraction. Once you have created silence outside, the work continues within. Outer silence is the condition. Inner silence is the goal. Inner silence does not mean the absence of thought, but the absence of turbulence. It is the state where emotions do not whip you back and forth. When you feel anger, you notice it, but do not let it control your breath. When anxiety arises, you see it, but do not let it rush your pulse. Silence here is a discipline of observation without reaction. You sit in bed, breathe deeply, and let thoughts pass as clouds. You neither fight them nor follow them. You let them rise and fall until the mind becomes still. The Stoics believed that control of emotion began with control of perception. When you allow silence, you gain the distance needed to see events clearly. In the noise of daily life, emotions flare quickly. A harsh word, a troubling headline, a reminder of unfinished work. All these ignite reactions before reason can intervene. But in the stillness of night, you can reframe these triggers. You can remind yourself that words are only sounds, that external events are beyond your control, that tomorrow is a chance to act anew. Silence gives you time to choose reason over impulse. To deepen the practice, focus on the breath as an anchor. Breathing is the simplest rhythm of life, always present, always available. In silence, follow each inhalation and exhalation with care. As the body settles into this rhythm, the mind follows. Thoughts that once pressed with urgency begin to lose their grip. Emotions soften. This is not escape, but alignment. The Stoics taught that harmony with nature was the path to peace, and nothing is more natural than the steady flow of breath. In this alignment, silence becomes more than absence. It becomes nourishment. There is another layer to inner stillness, the mastery of speech. The Stoics valued words, but also knew their danger. Speech can wound, inflame, and mislead. To practice silence before sleep is to practice restraint, holding back unnecessary words, resisting the urge to gossip, complain, or argue. By ending your day without wasteful speech, you train yourself to value language. You learn that not every thought deserves to be spoken. This restraint seeps into your waking life, making your words sharper, kinder, and more deliberate. Silence also protects you from the echo of the day. Conversations and digital noise have a way of clinging to the mind long after they end. A heated argument replays in your head. A trivial post lingers as irritation. These echoes prevent true rest. But when you close the gates early, the echoes fade before bed. You enter sleep lighter, unburdened by fragments of meaningless chatter. This is how silence sharpens not only emotions, but also dreams. An overlooked power of silence is its ability to restore sensitivity. Constant noise dulls perception. When you are bombarded all day, nothing feels vivid anymore. Silence resets the senses. A quiet room makes a single sound rich. A still mind makes a single thought profound. By practicing silence before sleep, you sharpen your capacity to notice, to listen, to see. You carry this sensitivity into the next day, able to perceive life with more clarity and less numbness. The practice also guards against addiction to stimulation. Many do not realize how dependent they are on noise until it is taken away. But every dependency is a chain, and silence is the key to breaking it. When you prove to yourself that you can sit without constant input, you weaken the hold of those chains. You no longer need endless scrolling or background chatter to feel alive. You become enough in your own company. This independence is one of the greatest forms of freedom a Stoic can cultivate. Silence at night is also an act of respect for the body. The nervous system craves periods of calm. Without them, stress hormones flood the body, disrupting sleep and health. By choosing silence, you allow the body to downshift naturally. Heart rate slows, muscles release tension, and the mind prepares for deep rest. This is not mystical, it is biological. But the choice to embrace silence is what makes this natural process possible. There is a discipline in training yourself to close each day in quiet. At first, the practice may feel unproductive, as if silence achieves nothing. But silence is not nothing. It is the soil where strength grows. When you strip away noise, what remains is the raw material of your character. You begin to see your own mind as it is, not as it appears when distracted. And from this honesty, transformation begins. Over time, you will notice that silence changes your relationship with the world. You become less reactive, less hungry for stimulation, less vulnerable to manipulation. Advertisements, gossip, trivial arguments, they lose their grip. Because you have trained in silence, you no longer need constant noise to feel steady. You can face life with calm, even in chaos. When morning comes after a night of silence, you rise with a mind that feels lighter and sharper. The clutter of yesterday does not drag you down. Your emotions feel steadier. Your focus is stronger. And your interactions with others carry more weight, not because you speak more, but because you have learned when to remain silent. The weapon of silence is not drawn with violence, but with discipline. It is not a shield to hide behind, but a tool to cut through distraction. Each night you practice, you sharpen this tool. Each morning you wake, you carry it with you into the noise of the world, and with it you gain control, not over others, but over yourself. So let the evening be your training ground. Turn away from the chatter, release the overstimulation, and sit with the stillness that reveals your true strength. Silence is not emptiness. It is mastery. It is the space where the Stoic spirit sharpens itself night after night until no noise can shake it. Silence, when practiced with discipline, clears a space that feels almost sacred. The noise of the world falls away, and what is left is a mind stripped down to its essence. Yet silence alone, while powerful, can sometimes leave us wandering in thought without direction. The Stoics knew that after stillness, the next step was to shape those thoughts into something tangible. That is where writing enters the picture. Writing is not just recording, it is sculpting. It forces the mind to slow down, to choose carefully, to give form to what might otherwise remain vague. And when writing is done in the voice of philosophy, it becomes more than self-expression, it becomes self-formation. Think of this ritual not as keeping a diary of feelings, but as holding a dialogue with your future self. The words you write at night are not meant to sit idly on the page. They are meant to travel forward, waiting for you in the days to come, guiding you when your memory has faded. By framing your writing as though you are advising yourself tomorrow, you give your words authority. You do not simply describe what happened, you prescribe how to live better. This is where the Stoic voice comes in. By adopting the tone of Seneca or Marcus Aurelius, you lift your writing above complaint or indulgence and turn it into instruction, wisdom, and guidance. The act of writing to your future self demands clarity. When you speak only to yourself in thought, the mind can play tricks, leaving things blurry. Writing removes this blur. It forces you to cut away excess words and excuses. If you cannot put your reflection into a sentence, it means you have not truly understood it. This is why journaling is such a sharp tool for transformation. It refuses to let you stay vague. Each word is a decision. Each line is a mirror. The structure of this ritual matters. Begin by reviewing the day, but not in the way you did during silent reflection. Instead of replaying events passively, write as though you are giving advice to someone who just lived that day. You could write, "You handled that conversation poorly. Tomorrow, approach it with more patience." Or, "You resisted anger today. Continue that strength tomorrow." In doing this, you step outside of yourself. You become both the observer and the counselor. This distance helps you see the truth more clearly. When you write in a Stoic voice, you strip away self-pity. Seneca never wrote to himself with excuses. He wrote with precision, with courage, with directness. Following this model, you can adopt a style that is honest but not cruel, demanding but not crushing. For example, instead of writing, "I feel worthless because I failed," you might write, "You failed today because you chose comfort over effort. Tomorrow, choose differently." The tone shifts from despair to discipline. The words push you forward rather than drag you down. This practice also strengthens the habit of seeing life as a continuous lesson. Every mistake becomes material for writing. Every victory becomes encouragement. Nothing is wasted because everything can be turned into a letter. In this way, journaling is not about the past, it is about building the future. The act of writing reshapes your relationship with failure. Instead of letting it haunt you, you turn it into a stepping stone. There is also an emotional benefit to this ritual. When you place your thoughts on paper, you release them from the tight grip of your mind. Worries that circle endlessly in thought lose their power once written down. The page absorbs them, holds them, and gives you the freedom to rest. This is why journaling before sleep creates deeper rest. The subconscious no longer has to replay every concern because it knows the page has kept them safe. Writing letters to your future self also teaches you responsibility. The future version of you will receive what you give tonight. If you give excuses, you hand forward weakness. If you give clarity and resolve, you hand forward strength. This awareness creates accountability. You are no longer writing in the void. You are shaping the path for the person you will wake up as tomorrow. To deepen this practice, write in a way that answers 3 core questions. First, what did I do today that aligned with my values? Second, where did I fail to act according to reason and virtue? Third, what must I remind myself tomorrow to do better? These questions keep your writing grounded in Stoic principles rather than drifting into endless rambling. They also ensure that every letter contains both recognition and instruction. The physical act of writing is equally important. Handwriting slows you down, forcing each thought to become deliberate. Typing can work, but the speed often pulls you back into the pace of chatter. With handwriting, the hand becomes an anchor, tying the mind to the present moment. This slowness is part of the discipline. It mirrors the Stoic emphasis on deliberate living. Each stroke of the pen becomes a practice of patience. There is also value in tone. Write as though Seneca himself were counseling you. Use firm but steady language. Avoid exaggeration. Avoid unnecessary drama. Keep the sentences simple, direct, and sharp. Over time, this style will seep into your thinking, shaping not only how you write, but how you speak and act. When your inner voice begins to sound like a Stoic philosopher, your choices naturally follow. One of the most powerful aspects of this ritual is the way it builds a dialogue across time. When you return to your journals weeks or months later, you meet your past self. You see how you once struggled, what lessons you needed, and how you have grown. This reflection deepens humility. You realize how often you repeat the same mistakes, how progress is gradual, and how patience is required. But you also see proof of growth, how words you once wrote have since shaped you. Journals become teachers that never fade. Journaling at night also sharpens memory. By writing the lessons of the day, you carve them more deeply into the mind. The subconscious continues to work on them as you sleep. This strengthens learning, turning each day into a classroom. In this way, life never wastes its instruction. Every day, whether filled with joy or challenge, adds to your training as long as you write it down. The ritual creates another benefit: discipline in thought. When you write to your future self, you cannot afford to wander endlessly. You must cut through noise and reach clarity. Over time, this discipline spreads into other areas. Conversations become clearer, decisions become sharper, even emotions lose their confusion because you have trained your mind to find structure. Some may resist journaling because they believe it takes too long, but even a single page can carry immense power. The point is not length, but depth. A few honest sentences written with stoic precision can change the course of your next day. The key is consistency. Night after night, the habit carves new grooves into the mind until it becomes natural. There is also a subtle humility in addressing your future self. It reminds you that you are not finished, that you are a work in progress. Each letter admits that you will need guidance tomorrow, that you cannot rely only on the strength you already have. This humility is at the heart of Stoicism, the acknowledgement that growth is lifelong. In addition, this practice can refine gratitude. When you write about the small things that brought you meaning today, you train your mind to notice them. By the time you reread those entries, you see how much richness existed in what once seemed ordinary. Gratitude deepens because writing crystallizes what the rushing mind would have forgotten. At times, journaling will reveal harsh truths. You will see patterns of weakness repeated, promises broken, virtues neglected. The page does not lie, but this honesty is a gift. Without it, self-deception would continue unchecked. With it, change becomes possible. The journal becomes both witness and teacher. It never judges, but it never hides the truth. Over time, the ritual builds resilience. Each night you write, you practice confronting your flaws with courage. Each morning you wake, you act on the instructions you gave yourself. This cycle of reflection and execution builds character brick by brick. It is not glamorous, but it is enduring. When combined with the silence you cultivated earlier, journaling becomes even more powerful. Silence clears space. Writing fills it with purpose. The two practices feed each other. One prepares the ground, the other plants the seed. Together, they form a nightly rhythm that transforms the chaos of the day into clarity for tomorrow. And so, the overnight journaling ritual is not merely about keeping a record. It is about directing your future, disciplining your thought, and sharpening your character. Each letter is a tool, each sentence a guide, each page a step toward becoming the person you wish to be. By writing in a stoic voice, you turn nightly journaling into philosophy in action, a living practice that strengthens not only your nights, but your entire life. After shaping your thoughts into letters and speaking to your future self with clarity, there is still one more step that completes the night. Reflection clears the mind, journaling gives direction, but the heart must also be prepared. If you go to bed clinging to resentment, regret, or frustration, your sleep will carry that weight, and you will wake to face the next day already burdened. The Stoics taught a deeper practice, one that transforms not only how you interpret your past, but how you enter your future. It is the practice of Amor Fati, the love of fate. To end the day with this ritual is to treat every failure, every surprise, and every disappointment as something not just tolerable, but necessary for growth. Amor Fati is more than acceptance. Acceptance is passive. It says, I cannot change it, so I must endure. Amor Fati is active. It says, this is mine, and I will embrace it fully. When you learn to end your day with such a perspective, nothing that happened can remain as poison. Each event becomes fuel. The insult you heard, the mistake you made, the plan that collapsed, each is reinterpreted as material for strength. You do not deny the sting, but you refuse to let it remain only as pain. You transform it into training. The nightly practice begins with reviewing the events of the day that disturbed you most. Perhaps it was a harsh word, a broken promise, or a setback in work. Instead of replaying it with bitterness, shift your focus. Ask yourself, if fate delivered this moment to me, what lesson is hidden inside? How does this event train my patience, my courage, or my humility? By asking these questions, you stop seeing the event as a thief and start seeing it as a teacher. This change in perspective does not erase discomfort, but it strips discomfort of power to control you. Think of failure differently. Most people treat failure as evidence of weakness. The Stoic treats failure as evidence of participation. To fail means you attempted, you acted, you engaged with life. Each failure is proof that you are in the arena rather than hiding outside of it. Before sleep, thank the day for allowing you to fail, for showing you where to strengthen. This gratitude turns what others would carry as shame into momentum for your growth. The same practice applies to surprise. Life often unfolds in ways you did not expect, and surprise can quickly turn into frustration. But Amor Fati reframes surprise as a reminder that the world is larger than your plans. The unexpected is not an interruption, but a correction, steering you toward paths you could not see. At night, reflect on the surprises of your day and ask yourself how they may serve you tomorrow. By doing this, you train the subconscious to expect the unexpected and to meet it with curiosity rather than resistance. Amor Fati also teaches you to see misfortune in proportion. An insult may feel heavy in the moment, but under the light of fate, it becomes small. A loss may seem crushing, but when seen as part of a larger story, it becomes bearable. Each night, place your struggles in context. Ask yourself whether these pains will matter in a year, in 10 years, or in the final measure of your life. Often, you will find that they lose significance, and when they do matter deeply, you will see them as meaningful trials rather than random suffering. Another part of the practice is gratitude for difficulty. It may feel unnatural to thank fate for pain, but this is the essence of Amor Fati. Gratitude is not only for pleasure, it is for the full spectrum of existence. When you thank the day for its hardships, you align yourself with reality rather than fighting it. You say to life, I will not resist you, I will work with you. This attitude dissolves bitterness and builds resilience. Sleep then becomes peaceful, not because the day was perfect, but because you no longer demand perfection from it. The practice also softens the way you view people. When someone wrongs you, the instinct is to see them as enemy. Amor Fati teaches that their behavior too is part of the fabric of fate. Their cruelty becomes your opportunity to practice patience. Their selfishness becomes your opportunity to practice generosity. Their anger becomes your opportunity to practice calm. In this way, even the flaws of others become tools for your growth. Writing about this in your journal reinforces the lesson, but the nightly act of embracing it ensures you carry no bitterness into your rest. Amor Fati before bed can also address regret. Many lie awake replaying decisions, wishing they had acted differently. But regret cannot change the past. Amor Fati shifts the perspective. The choice you made was part of your path, and the consequences are the raw material for tomorrow's wisdom. By reframing regret in this way, you free yourself from endless loops of what if and replace them with a steady resolve of what next. Sleep becomes lighter because you are no longer chained to an alternate past that never existed. The practice deepens further when applied to health, aging, and mortality. Each night, accept the state of your body as part of fate. If you felt pain, let it remind you of resilience. If you felt weakness, let it remind you of humility. Even the slow passage of time, which steals youth and strength, can be embraced as the natural unfolding of life. To resist it is to resist the order of the universe. To love it is to walk in harmony with nature itself. Ending your day with this perspective brings calm acceptance where there could be only fear. There is also wisdom in connecting Amor Fati with your breath. As you lie in bed, focus on inhaling the events of the day, the victories, the failures, the surprises, and exhaling them as acceptance. With each breath, you tell yourself, this too belongs, this too is part of me, this too is necessary. The rhythm of breathing ties the philosophy to the body, making it not just a thought, but a lived experience. Another layer of the practice involves speaking to yourself directly in words of affirmation. You can quietly repeat, what happened today was needed. What challenged me today was shaping me. Nothing was wasted. These affirmations are not empty slogans. They are instructions to the subconscious. Spoken before sleep, they plant seeds of resilience that grow while you rest. By morning, your perspective has already shifted. Amor Fati also dismantles the illusion of control. Each night, remind yourself that much of what happened today was not in your hands. Traffic, weather, illness, other people's choices, none of these were yours to command. Yet they happened, and you met them. By loving fate, you free yourself from the exhaustion of trying to bend the world to your will. Instead, you focus only on what remains in your power, your own judgment and your own actions. This clarity saves energy for what truly matters. Another subtle benefit is freedom from envy. When you love fate, you no longer compare your life to others. Their successes are not your failures, and their paths are not your path. The day you lived was the day assigned to you, and it contained everything necessary for your growth. Ending the night with this acceptance eliminates jealousy and lets you rest without craving someone else's story. To practice Amor Fati consistently is to train joy in hardship, not joy that pretends pain is pleasant, but joy that sees pain as purposeful. When you look back on your day with this mindset, you realize that the hardest moments were also the richest. They taught you patience, they revealed your limits, they demanded growth. Without them, you would remain untested, shallow, fragile. With them, you become deeper, steadier, unshakable. This practice also strengthens courage. If you can love even the harshest turns of fate, what is left to fear? If disappointment becomes training, if failure becomes progress, if loss becomes instruction, then nothing in life can defeat you. Amor Fati before bed is not just preparation for sleep, it is preparation for all of existence. When you wake after such a practice, the difference is unmistakable. You do not drag the burdens of yesterday into the morning. You rise with a sense of renewal, with the confidence that whatever comes will serve your growth. You step into the day not as a victim of events, but as a partner with fate. Every challenge, every surprise, every moment, welcome or unwelcome, becomes part of your path. So, as you close your eyes tonight, review your day not as a list of frustrations or regrets, but as a series of necessary steps. Thank the day for its trials as much as its joys. See every event as material for your strength. Let the words Amor Fati sink into your heart until they are no longer just philosophy, but reflex. Sleep then becomes a surrender, not to escape, but to alignment. You rest knowing that fate is not your enemy, but your greatest ally. And with that, you train yourself to wake not only stronger, but freer. When you learn to embrace the events of your day with Amor Fati and see every setback as fuel for growth, there is still one enemy that can slip through the cracks and linger in the heart. Anger. No matter how disciplined you try to be, no matter how much you reflect, anger has a way of clinging to you long after the event that triggered it has passed. It seeps into your thoughts, colors your mood, and, if carried into sleep, poisons the next morning before it even begins. The Stoics treated anger not as a natural companion, but as a sickness of the mind. Left unchecked, it clouds judgment, destroys relationships, and steals peace. Yet, they also believed it could be dissolved, not by force, but by reason and silence. The night offers the perfect time for this practice. When the world grows quiet and you are no longer pushed by the day's demands, you have the chance to confront anger without distraction. 10 minutes of silent meditation can become a reset button for your mind, dissolving resentment and preventing it from infecting tomorrow. The goal is not to deny the emotion, but to release its grip. Anger arises from judgments that something should not have happened or that someone should have acted differently. By dismantling those judgments, you dismantle the anger itself. The first step is to recognize anger honestly. Many people suppress it or disguise it, calling it irritation, stress, or disappointment. But denial keeps it alive. Sit quietly and name it. I am angry. There is no shame in the acknowledgement. The Stoics saw emotions as signals, not as identities. By naming the emotion, you separate it from yourself. You are not anger. You are someone experiencing anger. This distance is the beginning of control. Once you acknowledge it, trace its cause. Ask yourself, what event or person stirred this feeling? Was it a word, an action, or a disappointment? Then ask the next question. Was this event within my control? Most often, anger is directed at things beyond your command. Other people's choices, past mistakes, external outcomes. The Stoics would say these are not worthy of your energy. They belong to fate, not to you. By recognizing that you are trying to control what cannot be controlled, you loosen the hold of anger. But some anger arises from what is within your control, your own choices. Perhaps you acted poorly and now blame yourself. Here, the practice shifts. Instead of fueling self-hatred, use the silence to remind yourself that error is part of growth. Anger at yourself is wasted energy if it does not lead to correction. Ask, what can I do differently tomorrow? Write a short plan in your mind. Once the plan is clear, release the anger. It has done its job. It has pointed you to an adjustment. Beyond that, it only drains you. Breathing is a powerful ally in this process. Sit or lie still, close your eyes, and take slow, deliberate breaths. With each exhale, picture anger leaving your body like smoke. With each inhale, picture calm entering like fresh air. Breathing shifts the body's chemistry, slowing the pulse and calming the nervous system. It makes space for reason to return. The Stoics valued aligning body and mind, and breath is the bridge between the two. As the anger softens, replace the thought of injustice with perspective. Remind yourself that human beings are flawed, that they act out of ignorance, fear, or weakness. Just as you make mistakes, so do others. Seneca wrote that to be angry at people for being imperfect is like being angry at fire for being hot. The nature of people is to stumble. When you remember this, forgiveness becomes easier. Not forgiveness as approval of harm, but forgiveness as recognition of human frailty. This perspective frees you from the illusion that you were uniquely wronged. In these 10 minutes of silence, you can also practice shifting attention. Anger thrives when you replay the offense, reliving the moment again and again. Each replay strengthens the chain. To break it, direct your focus elsewhere. Think of something you are grateful for, someone you love, or a simple pleasure of the day. This does not mean ignoring what happened. It means refusing to give anger the spotlight. Attention is energy, and anger starves when you stop feeding it. The reset button works best when paired with a final reflection. What does holding on to this anger cost me? Consider the toll on sleep, on health, on peace of mind. Think of how many days in your life have already been stolen by anger. Is it worth giving another one away? Often, when you see the cost clearly, letting go feels like relief. You are not giving a gift to the person who wronged you. You are giving freedom to yourself. There is also a discipline in refusing to carry unfinished business into the night. Anger thrives on continuation. By drawing a line at the end of each day, you deny it that chance. You say to yourself, "This ends here. Tomorrow I will act with reason. But tonight I rest free." This nightly discipline builds over time. Eventually your mind learns that anger is temporary, not a permanent guest. Another dimension of the practice is compassion. If you feel ready, take a moment to place yourself in the shoes of the person who angered you. What fear, insecurity, or ignorance might have led them to act as they did? This is not to excuse their behavior, but to understand its roots. Compassion transforms anger into insight. When you see the humanity behind the offense, the intensity of your resentment weakens. Over time, practicing this reset builds resilience. You begin to notice anger losing its speed and intensity in daily life. Where once it flared hot and lingered, now it rises more slowly and fades more quickly. You catch yourself before harsh words leave your mouth, before grudges take root. The nightly practice trains your subconscious to release anger not only at night, but in the moment. This ritual also strengthens self-respect. When you end your day without anger, you wake with dignity intact. You do not feel ashamed of carrying bitterness into another sunrise. You feel proud that you met emotion with discipline. This pride is not arrogance, it is the quiet confidence that comes from living according to reason. The 10-minute exercise can become as natural as brushing your teeth. It is a form of mental hygiene, cleaning away the residue of resentment. Just as you would not go to bed with dirt on your skin, do not go to bed with anger in your soul. Both fester overnight. Both can be cleansed with simple attention. You may find that some nights the anger feels too strong to release fully. That is natural. Do not force it. Do what you can, even if it is only softening the edge. Each attempt weakens the pattern. Each practice plants a seed. With time, even the strongest resentments lose their power. The Stoics understood that anger was one of the most destructive forces in life, but they also believed that reason, silence, and discipline could overcome it. This 10-minute reset is proof of that belief. It is not complex. It does not require rituals or elaborate steps. It requires only honesty, patience, and the courage to let go. When you wake after such a practice, you feel lighter. The weight of yesterday's resentments does not pull you down. You meet the day with steadiness, with space for gratitude, with clarity of thought. And if anger arises again, as it always will, you know it is not permanent. You have trained yourself to release it, to reset, to protect your peace. So when you close your eyes tonight, give yourself those 10 silent minutes. Acknowledge the anger, trace it, breathe it out, reframe it, and let it end. Do not carry it into your dreams. Do not hand it to your tomorrow. Use the reset button, and in doing so, you reclaim your nights, your mornings, and your freedom from the chains of resentment. Letting go of anger brings a sense of lightness, a clearing of the heart that prepares the mind for deeper practices. Once you have released resentment, you create space for a different kind of vision, one that goes beyond daily struggles and personal concerns. The Stoics often spoke of stepping back from life to see it with greater clarity, to view human affairs from above, as if the eyes were lifted to the stars. This perspective dissolves the illusion that your problems are enormous and places them within the vastness of the universe. Practiced before sleep, it can shape your dreams and prepare you to wake with a calm detachment, free from the weight of petty worries. This exercise begins by shifting the scale of your attention. Instead of focusing on individual frustrations, turn your thoughts to the size of existence itself. You live on a small planet, turning quietly in an endless cosmos. The conflicts of your day, arguments, delays, disappointments, are specks in this immensity. From above, they shrink until they are no longer chains but grains of dust. This realization is not meant to belittle your life, but to set it in proportion. Perspective heals what intensity distorts. Before closing your eyes, guide your mind as though it were lifting away from your body. Picture yourself lying where you are, then slowly draw back as though rising upward. First, see the room, then the building, then the streets and city. As you continue, the people, cars and lights all appear as small details in a vast landscape. The higher you rise, the less urgent your day's troubles appear. By the time you picture yourself among the stars, you see your life as part of a much greater order, where everything has its place and nothing is as overwhelming as it once seemed. The Stoics used this view from above to weaken attachment. When you see your possessions from a cosmic distance, they lose their grip on you. The shirt you stained, the phone you misplaced, the money you spent, these shrink into insignificance when measured against the whole of existence. From above, you see how temporary they always were. This reduces anxiety, not by denial, but by context. You realize you can endure loss, because in the grand scale, all loss is natural. This practice also reshapes how you see yourself. From up close, you may feel large, important, consumed by personal struggles. From above, you see yourself as one human among billions, each with their own joys and sorrows. This humbles the ego but also frees it. You are not the center of the universe, and therefore your burdens do not carry the weight you imagined. At the same time, you share your humanity with everyone else, and that connection deepens compassion. The view from above dissolves both arrogance and isolation. The practice can also soften fear. Many anxieties feel overwhelming because they are seen in isolation. A job loss, an illness, a rejection, all seem final when viewed closely. From above, you see that change is constant, that generations before you endured far greater struggles, and that nature itself continues regardless of individual events. This perspective does not erase pain, but makes it bearable. It reminds you that you are part of a rhythm larger than yourself, and within that rhythm, even hardship has its place. Guiding your mind into this perspective before sleep allows the subconscious to absorb it. In dreams, your sense of self loosens, and your awareness of scale can expand. The practice may even develop into lucid dreaming, where you retain awareness within the dream and can continue the exercise consciously. You may find yourself floating above landscapes, seeing life from vast heights and waking with the lingering peace of cosmic detachment. Whether or not lucidity arises, the seeds planted before sleep shape the tone of your rest. One of the most valuable outcomes of this practice is the weakening of resentment and envy. From above, the differences between people blur. The wealthy and the poor, the powerful and the powerless, the admired and the ignored, all appear equally small under the same stars. When you see this, jealousy fades. What matters is not how much more or less someone has, but how each person uses the time given. This awareness clears away comparison and sharpens your focus on your own path. The exercise also heightens gratitude. When you look at life from a cosmic scale, every detail of existence feels extraordinary. The fact that you can breathe, that you can think, that you can love, all these are rare wonders in a universe of lifeless matter. Gratitude does not come only from counting blessings, but from recognizing how unlikely it is that you exist at all. The view from above reveals this truth, and when you wake, you carry a renewed appreciation for even the smallest aspects of life. To deepen the practice, pair it with reflection on time. From above, you see not only space, but also history. Empires have risen and fallen, countless lives have come and gone, and you are one thread in this vast fabric. Your struggles today are part of a flow that will continue long after you are gone. This can feel humbling, but it is also liberating. It shows you that you do not need to carry the world alone. You need only live with virtue in the brief span given to you. The exercise also strengthens focus on what truly matters. When viewed from above, superficial pursuits lose their urgency. Status, possessions, recognition, these fade into the background. What remains significant is how you live, how you treat others, how you use your mind. This clarity simplifies decision-making. It cuts away distraction and aligns you with values that endure. Practiced nightly, it reorders your priorities in ways that last beyond the exercise. It is important to note that this is not escapism. You are not trying to flee your life, but to see it more clearly. The view from above does not deny daily problems. It puts them in context. By stepping back, you prepare yourself to step forward with steadiness. The practice is a tool, not an escape route. It teaches you to return to your life in the morning with greater calm and less attachment, ready to act where you can and accept where you cannot. The ritual can be done in silence, with closed eyes, in the stillness of your bed. Focus on rising step by step, from the immediate surroundings to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. With each step back, repeat quietly in your mind, "This too is small. This too will pass. This too is part of the whole." These phrases anchor the vision in Stoic thought. They prevent the mind from drifting into fantasy and keep it aligned with philosophy. Over time, the practice reshapes not only your nights, but also your days. You will find yourself applying the perspective in real moments. When insulted, you remember how small such words are in the vastness of existence. When worried, you recall that billions have faced the same struggles and that nature continues regardless. When tempted by vanity, you see how brief fame is under the sweep of time. The view from above becomes a habit, a reflex, a shield against narrowness. There is a quiet joy in this practice. To see life as though from the stars is not to feel insignificant, but to feel part of something immense. You belong to the universe not as its master, but as its participant. This belonging brings peace. You are no longer crushed by personal troubles because you know they are threads in a greater fabric. You rest in harmony with that fabric, and your sleep becomes deeper, your waking lighter. So when you prepare for bed tonight, let your mind rise. Leave behind the narrow view of your room, your house, your city. Drift upward in thought until you see the smallness of your struggles and the vastness of the whole. Let this perspective sink into your dreams, shaping them into visions of calm detachment. And when you wake, carry with you the strength of someone who has seen life from above, steady in the face of turmoil, humble in success, and grateful for the rare gift of existence. When the mind has risen above itself and tasted the vast perspective of the universe, the next step is to return to the body and anchor that vision into something steady. Perspective gives clarity, but without grounding, it can drift away like a dream. The Stoics understood that reason must rest on a stable foundation, and that foundation is breath. Long before science explained the nervous system, they knew that the way we breathe shapes the way we think. Breath is constant, always with us, yet most people never pay attention to it. They let it run shallow and hurried, mirroring the restless state of their minds. But with deliberate practice, breath can become a tool to cultivate equanimity, to settle emotions, and to prepare the mind for sleep with rational calm. The practice begins with awareness. Most people breathe from the chest, shallow and rapid, especially when stressed. This type of breathing keeps the body in a state of alertness, as though danger is always near. Diaphragmatic breathing, by contrast, engages the lower part of the lungs. The diaphragm moves downward, the belly rises, and the body enters a state of relaxation. This change is not symbolic, it is biological. Slow, deep breaths signal safety to the nervous system, lowering heart rate, reducing tension, and quieting the stress response. By practicing this each night, you teach the body to end the day in balance rather than agitation. The rhythm of the breath is the rhythm of thought. Shallow, rapid breaths scatter the mind, making it jump from one worry to another. Slow, deliberate breaths bring thoughts into alignment, one at a time, calm and steady. To practice, lie in bed and place a hand on your abdomen. As you inhale, let the hand rise. As you exhale, let it fall. Focus only on this movement. This anchors attention, preventing the mind from wandering into restless loops. The Stoics valued control over attention because it is the root of control over life. Breathing in this way is not merely relaxation, it is training in attention. The exercise can be refined into cycles. Inhale for a count of 4, hold briefly for a count of 2, exhale for a count of 6. The longer exhalation deepens calm, signaling to the body that it can release tension. Repeat this cycle for several minutes, letting the rhythm become natural. Over time, you will find the body expecting it each night, settling into calm more quickly. This is how repetition builds not only habit, but also trust between body and mind. The benefit goes beyond relaxation. Breathing in this way clears space for reason. When emotions rise, they often hijack the breath. Anger quickens it, fear shortens it, anxiety traps it high in the chest. By reversing the process, by slowing and deepening the breath, you send the opposite signal. You show the body that reason is in charge, not impulse. The Stoics spoke often of living in accordance with nature. Nature gave us breath as both life and tool. To master it is to align with that natural order, finding calm not through suppression, but through cooperation with the body's design. Breathing also trains patience. Each cycle is slow, deliberate, unhurried. In a world that pushes constant urgency, this slowness feels almost radical. By practicing it nightly, you remind yourself that not everything requires rushing. Calm decisions come from calm breaths. The patience you build in these minutes before sleep spreads into the next day, softening reactions and allowing for measured responses. There is also a deeper philosophical layer. Each breath is temporary. You inhale, you exhale, and it is gone. To focus on breath is to accept transience. It reminds you that life itself is a series of such cycles, moments arriving and departing endlessly. The Stoics often reflected on impermanence, not to despair, but to live fully in each moment. Breathing becomes a physical meditation on this truth. You take what comes, release what leaves, and remain steady in the flow. Another benefit of diaphragmatic breathing is its ability to cleanse the mind of clutter. Worries and regrets often rise when you lie down at night, stealing rest. By focusing on the breath, you interrupt this loop. Each inhalation becomes a reminder of presence, each exhalation a release of distraction. This is not escape, but discipline. You are training the mind to choose where to rest rather than being dragged by restless thoughts. Some find it helpful to pair the breath with a phrase. Inhale with, "I take in calm," exhale with, "I release tension," or inhale with, "This moment is enough," exhale with, "I let go of the rest." These simple phrases direct the subconscious, linking rational thought to the rhythm of the body. Over time, the association becomes automatic. The words fade, but the calm remains. Breathing also sharpens awareness of the present. The Stoics warned against being trapped in the past or anxious about the future. Breath anchors you to now. You cannot breathe yesterday, nor can you breathe tomorrow. You can only breathe this moment. When you fully inhabit each cycle, you practice presence in its simplest form. This presence spreads into the rest of life, making you more attentive to small joys, less distracted by regrets, and less consumed by anticipation. For those who struggle with sleep, this practice offers a natural remedy. Sleep requires the body to release control, but the restless mind resists. Diaphragmatic breathing bridges the two. The body enters calm, the mind follows, and sleep arrives not as a forced demand, but as a natural continuation. This shows the wisdom of working with the body rather than against it. Another important aspect is humility. Breathing is the most basic act of life, shared by every living being. By focusing on it, you are reminded of your connection to all existence. The same air that fills your lungs flows through others, through animals, through plants. The rhythm of your breath links you to the rhythm of the world. This humility softens the ego and fosters gratitude. There is also strength in noticing how resilient the breath is. No matter what hardships you face, the breath remains. It continues, steady, reliable. It becomes a symbol of endurance. Each time you practice, you remind yourself that as long as you can breathe, you can endure. This resilience plants courage deep within, ready to be drawn upon when life challenges you. Breathing also refines discipline. At first, the mind may wander after a few cycles. You may forget to count, lose focus, or drift into thought. The discipline is to return, gently but firmly, each time. This act of returning strengthens the will. It teaches you to guide yourself back from distraction, not with frustration, but with persistence. Over time, this discipline becomes second nature, benefiting not only meditation, but every aspect of life. The practice can be extended into gratitude. With each inhale, acknowledge the gift of air freely given. With each exhale, release a silent thank you. Gratitude linked to breath becomes continuous, as natural as the act itself. It shapes your subconscious to see life not as burden, but as gift. When you wake, this gratitude lingers, coloring your perception of the world. Finally, diaphragmatic breathing before sleep embodies equanimity. Equanimity is the Stoic goal, a state where emotions do not dominate, where reason holds steady, where life's ups and downs are met with calm. Breath is the most direct path to this state. It trains the body to settle, the mind to focus, and the spirit to align with nature. Practiced nightly, it becomes more than an exercise. It becomes a way of being. So when the lights are dim and the day is ending, let breath be your anchor. Settle into its rhythm, slow and deep, until calm spreads through body and mind. Each cycle strengthens patience, presence, humility, resilience, and gratitude. Each breath carries you closer to the Stoic ideal of steady reason and quiet strength. And when sleep comes, it arrives not as escape, but as continuation of this harmony, preparing you to rise clear and composed with the dawn. The rhythm of the breath steadies the mind and restores clarity. But once the body is calm and anchored, there is an even deeper practice waiting, one that strikes directly at the roots of attachment. Breath teaches you presence, but possessions, routines, and familiar comforts often pull you back into dependency. The Stoics knew that much of human suffering comes not from loss itself, but from the shock of losing what was taken for granted. To prepare the mind against this weakness, they practiced the meditation of exile, placing themselves in thought as if stripped of everything familiar, left in a foreign place with nothing but their own character. Done before sleep, this meditation transforms the way you wake, sharpening gratitude and freeing you from the chains of attachment. The exile meditation begins with a deliberate shift in perspective. Instead of lying in bed surrounded by possessions and routines, you close your eyes and tell yourself, "Tonight, I am a stranger. This bed is not mine. This room is not mine. These comforts are not guaranteed." This reframing unsettles the mind at first. Comfort whispers that everything around you belongs to you, that it will always be here. By countering this whisper with the thought of exile, you loosen the illusion of ownership. Nothing external is truly yours. You borrow it from fortune, and fortune may reclaim it without warning. The strength of this practice lies in its honesty. History is full of exiles, people who one day had homes, lands, and routines, and the next day had none. The Stoics themselves lived through such realities. Seneca was banished. Epictetus was born a slave. Marcus Aurelius ruled during plagues and wars that displaced countless people. By practicing exile in thought, you join a tradition of preparation. You face the truth that life can change overnight, and by rehearsing it, you reduce its sting. Begin by mentally stripping away the objects around you. Tell yourself, if tomorrow I had to leave this room forever, how would I meet the day? Look at each item, clothes, books, furniture, and release the idea that it defines you. These things serve you, but they are not you. When you detach in this way, you reveal the core of who you are without them. That core is what matters most, because it is what exile cannot take. The meditation goes further than possessions. It also questions routines. Think of the comforts you expect each morning, your usual breakfast, your familiar path to work, the voices you hear every day. Now remove them in thought. Picture yourself in a new land where none of these routines exist. At first, the thought feels isolating, even frightening. But stay with it. Notice how quickly the mind begins to adapt, searching for new ways to survive, new habits to build. This flexibility is the hidden lesson of exile. The human spirit bends without breaking. When you see this, you no longer fear change as much, because you know adaptation is within you. The practice also challenges the illusion of permanence. Most people live as though their world is fixed, as though the same bed, the same house, the same circle of friends will remain forever. But nothing in life is permanent. Exile meditation breaks this illusion each night, reminding you that clinging to permanence is the source of suffering. When you accept impermanence, you live lighter. You use what you have while you have it, but you do not become its prisoner. A powerful part of this exercise is gratitude. When you strip everything away in thought, you wake to find it still there. The room, the bed, the routines, they return in the morning, no longer taken for granted, but seen as gifts. You feel relief not because the world changed, but because your perception changed. Gratitude is sharper after exile because the absence you rehearsed makes presence sweeter. A simple breakfast feels abundant. A familiar street feels welcoming. A single conversation feels precious. The meditation also builds resilience. When you think of yourself as an exile, you stop depending on stability for peace. You train yourself to find peace in character, in reason, in inner strength. This means that when real disruptions come, loss of job, change of home, movement to new places, you are less shaken. You have already rehearsed exile, and you know that you can survive with less. This resilience gives confidence, a quiet assurance that you are not as fragile as comfort made you believe. There is also humility in this practice. Exile reminds you that no place is guaranteed to you. The land you call yours, the privileges you enjoy, they can vanish. Many have walked before you who thought themselves secure, only to be uprooted. To meditate on exile is to join them in solidarity, to admit that you too are mortal, vulnerable, temporary. Humility softens pride, and in its place grows a deeper connection with the rest of humanity. The practice can be deepened by linking it with moral reflection. If you were an exile in a foreign land, stripped of all status and possessions, what would remain? Only your character. Would you still be just, courageous, disciplined, wise? Or would you crumble without the props of comfort? This questioning tests your virtue. It shows you where you rely too much on externals and where you need to strengthen your inner resources. To make the meditation practical, rehearse small scenarios. Tell yourself, if tomorrow I had to live with only what I could carry, what would I value most? If I had to rebuild my life in a new place, what virtues would I need? If I had no reputation, how would I prove my worth? These questions move exile from abstract thought to concrete preparation. They teach you to prioritize what cannot be taken: knowledge, discipline, kindness, courage. The exile meditation can also be paired with the breath. As you inhale, think, "This moment is all I have." As you exhale, think, "I release what is not mine." The rhythm of breath reinforces the philosophy, tying the mind's reflection to the body's rhythm. This embodiment makes the lesson sink deeper, beyond thought and into habit. Another dimension of the practice is compassion. When you rehearse exile, you glimpse what millions throughout history have faced in reality: refugees, wanderers, the displaced. This reflection cultivates empathy. You see your own life not as isolated, but as part of a broader human experience. Compassion grows, and with it, generosity. You become more willing to help others because you know, in your own way, what it means to lose. The meditation also sharpens awareness of the present. When you live as though you might be uprooted tomorrow, you stop delaying joy. You savor the conversations, the meals, the small comforts, because you know they may not remain. This awareness does not create despair, but intensity. Life becomes richer, not poorer, when viewed through the lens of exile. The strength of this practice lies in its simplicity. It requires no tools, no rituals, only thought and honesty. Yet the effects ripple through your life. You sleep lighter, wake with gratitude, live with resilience, and act with compassion. Exile meditation strips away illusions, leaving only what is essential: your character, your choices, your ability to endure and to love. So when you close your eyes tonight, let yourself be a stranger. Release ownership of your bed, your room, your routines. Tell yourself you are in a foreign land with nothing but your mind. Feel the discomfort, then feel the freedom. Sleep in that truth, and when you wake, see your life not as ordinary, but as a gift returned to you. This is the power of exile meditation. It detaches you from what you cannot keep, strengthens you with what cannot be taken, and fills you with gratitude for what remains. When you train the mind to sleep as if exiled, stripped of possessions and routines, you begin to see how fragile your sense of stability really is. That fragility can be unsettling, but it also opens the way to a new kind of preparation. Exile meditation teaches you to detach from what you cannot keep. The next step is to prepare for what you cannot fully control. This is where the premortem becomes powerful. Instead of drifting into tomorrow blind to risks, you can face them in advance, not to grow anxious, but to strip them of their ability to surprise you. The Stoics believed that shocks hurt most when they arrive unanticipated. By rehearsing failures before they come, you inoculate the mind against panic and turn potential disasters into expected challenges. The premortem begins by naming the possibilities. Before you close your eyes, let your thoughts settle on tomorrow and ask, what could go wrong? Not in a vague way, but in detail. Consider the tasks, conversations, and responsibilities waiting for you. Picture obstacles arising, delays, rejections, mistakes, unexpected losses. This is not pessimism, it is training. Just as a soldier rehearses battle before stepping onto the field, you rehearse adversity so that you do not freeze when it arrives. The point is not to torment yourself, but to prepare yourself. Once you name the possible failures, you must walk through them calmly. If tomorrow brings an argument at work, how will you respond? If plans collapse, how will you adjust? If someone criticizes you harshly, what words or silences will keep you steady? By creating these mental rehearsals, you train yourself not to react blindly. You give yourself a script grounded in reason. When the real event comes, you will not be caught unarmed. You will have practiced. This practice reshapes fear. Fear feeds on the unknown, on shadows not yet faced. By shining a light on them, you reduce their size. A possible failure seen in detail loses its mystery. You may still dislike it, but it no longer overwhelms you. It becomes something you can endure, perhaps even use to grow. The Stoics often wrote that fortune can take many shapes, but your mind can meet them all with the same strength once trained. The premortem also builds flexibility. When you see only one path for tomorrow, any disruption feels catastrophic. But when you rehearse multiple scenarios, you loosen attachment to a single outcome. You prepare your mind to pivot, to adapt, to remain steady no matter the twist. Flexibility is strength disguised as softness. A rigid tree breaks in the storm. A flexible one bends and survives. Premortems train that flexibility night after night. It is important to recognize that not all failures will arrive. Many of the scenarios you rehearse will never occur. But this does not make the exercise useless. It makes it liberating. By facing them in thought, you reduce their power even if they never come. You go through life lighter, less anxious, because you know you can withstand more than you once believed. Anticipated pain hurts less than unexpected pain. A common fear is that this practice will create negativity, filling the mind with dark thoughts before bed. The opposite is true if done correctly. The exercise is not about brooding, but about calming. Each scenario is followed by a Stoic response. You do not stop at, "What if I fail?" You continue to, "And this is how I will endure." The focus is not on catastrophe, but on resilience. The night becomes not a rehearsal of collapse, but a rehearsal of courage. The premortem can also strengthen gratitude. When you picture losses or failures and then wake to find they have not occurred, relief sharpens appreciation. The coffee you drink, the conversation that goes well, the plan that succeeds, all feel richer because you saw the shadow of their absence. Gratitude becomes not a vague feeling, but a direct response to the fact that the worst did not happen. Another benefit lies in decision-making. Many mistakes come from ignoring possible risks. By practicing premortems, you sharpen foresight. You begin to anticipate obstacles naturally, not with fear, but with readiness. This makes your choices wiser. You plan with contingencies, you prepare with patience, and you act with steadiness. Failures may still come, but they no longer feel like ambushes. This practice also humbles the ego. The mind often clings to certainty, convinced that tomorrow will follow your plan. Premortems remind you that control is limited. No matter how carefully you plan, chance and fate intervene. By accepting this nightly, you loosen arrogance and embrace humility. Humility is not weakness, it is alignment with reality, and reality always favors those who accept it. The exercise can be guided by questions. What if tomorrow my health falters? What if someone misunderstands me? What if I lose something I rely on? What if my efforts fall short? Each question opens a doorway to resilience. Each answer builds confidence that you can endure. These are not predictions, but preparations. They are rehearsals that strengthen the will. To embody the practice, pair it with the body's calm. As you breathe deeply, picture each failure. Then, with each exhale, picture your chosen response: patience, courage, silence, or reason. The breath becomes the link between fear and discipline. This physical rhythm ensures that the scenarios do not spiral into anxiety, but resolve into calm. Premortems also train perspective. When you rehearse multiple failures, you see that even the worst is not the end. A lost job is painful, but not death. A broken relationship hurts, but life continues. A mistake stings, but you rise again. Perspective shrinks what feels unbearable into what can be carried. This reframing is the heart of Stoicism, not denial of pain, but endurance of it. Over time, this nightly habit reshapes your waking life. You begin to catch yourself in moments of rising panic, remembering that you already rehearsed this. The meeting that goes badly, the delay in plans, the harsh words, you face them with steadiness because they are familiar. This familiarity dissolves shock, and without shock, anger and despair lose their fuel. The practice also frees you from the illusion of perfection. By rehearsing failures, you accept that mistakes are part of life. You stop demanding flawless days. This acceptance reduces disappointment and increases resilience. You learn to meet each day not with fragile hope for perfection, but with strong readiness for imperfection. There is wisdom in ending the exercise with a reminder of what remains within your control. You cannot prevent every failure, but you can always choose your response. You can choose patience over rage, courage over fear, calm over chaos. This awareness is empowering. It shifts focus from what may collapse tomorrow to what you can always uphold, your character. So tonight, when the world grows quiet and the day ends, let your mind walk through tomorrow's shadows. Name the possible failures, rehearse your responses, breathe deeply, and release fear. Do not see this as dark preparation, but as bright training. By facing what could go wrong, you strengthen what will go right, your calm, your courage, your reason. And when morning comes, you will rise not surprised by adversity, but ready for it, steady in the face of fortune and free from the tyranny of shock. When you have trained yourself to walk calmly through the possible failures of tomorrow, you gain a strength that many never develop, the power to face the uncertain without collapsing. Yet even with this preparation, another subtle enemy often lingers and threatens to disturb your peace: the opinions of others. What people say, what they think, how they judge, these shadows follow you through the day and sometimes into the night. If you carry them into sleep, they echo in dreams, weighing you down with fears of reputation and approval. The Stoics warned that no external judgment belongs to you. It is beyond your control and therefore not worthy of your chains. To embody this truth before sleep, they practiced what can be called the Cloak of Indifference, a mantra repeated until rest comes, shielding the mind from the arrows of opinion. The practice begins by acknowledging the grip of social approval. Human beings are wired to care about belonging, about how they appear in the eyes of others. This instinct once protected survival, but in the modern world, it can become a prison. Criticism at work, gossip among peers, disapproval from family. These can dominate the mind long after the event itself. By the time night arrives, you may still feel the sting of words spoken hours earlier. Without intervention, this sting hardens into resentment or anxiety. The cloak of indifference interrupts this cycle. The mantra is simple: what others think is not mine to carry. Whisper it quietly or repeat it silently in thought. Let it align with the rhythm of your breath. Inhale with acceptance of your own actions. Exhale with release of their judgments. With each cycle, the words grow stronger and the grip of opinion loosens. This is not denial of social life. It is refusal to surrender your peace to forces outside your command. Indifference, as the Stoics taught it, is not neglect or arrogance. It is clarity. It is the refusal to mistake external noise for internal truth. Others may praise you, others may condemn you, but neither praise nor condemnation defines your worth. Worth is found in virtue, justice, courage, wisdom, self-control. These belong to you and cannot be taken. The cloak of indifference is woven from this knowledge. When repeated at night, it reminds your subconscious of where real value lies. To deepen the practice, call to mind the judgments that troubled you most during the day. Perhaps someone doubted your work, insulted your choices, or dismissed your effort. Instead of replaying their words with pain, wrap them in the cloak. Say to yourself, "This judgment is theirs, not mine. I cannot control their view, but I can control my response." As you repeat this, the sting fades. Their words remain, but they no longer penetrate. This exercise also builds humility. Indifference to opinions does not mean dismissing others as unimportant. It means seeing their judgments as reflections of their own minds, shaped by their experiences, fears, and ignorance. You are reminded that just as they judge you, you have judged others, often without full understanding. Humility softens pride while freeing you from dependence on approval. The cloak of indifference strengthens courage as well. Fear of opinion often keeps you from action. You avoid risks because you dread how failure might appear. By practicing indifference each night, you train yourself to value action over reputation. You remind yourself that growth is worth more than applause. With time, this courage seeps into your days. You speak more freely, you act with conviction, and you live without the constant weight of imagined judgment. The mantra also quiets envy. Much of jealousy arises not from genuine desire, but from comparison, seeing how others are praised while you are ignored. By releasing the need for external validation, envy weakens. You no longer measure yourself against applause, but against your own principles. The cloak shields you not only from criticism, but also from the addictive lure of praise. Both are distractions from virtue. Pairing the mantra with silence deepens its effect. After repeating the words, allow moments of stillness where you rest in their truth. Feel the lightness that comes when you no longer chase approval or fight criticism. This stillness carries into dreams, shaping them away from anxious replay of social encounters and into visions of calm. When you wake, the shield remains, protecting you from being ruled by other people's thoughts. There is a subtle power in making this mantra nightly. Repetition is what turns philosophy into reflex. At first, you may feel only partial release. Opinions still sting, approval still tempts. But with each night, the subconscious learns. The words carve pathways in the mind until indifference becomes natural. Criticism that once lingered for days begins to fade within minutes. Praise that once inflated the ego loses its pull. You become steady, unmoved by external winds. The cloak of indifference is not isolation, it is freedom. It allows you to participate fully in life, to connect with others, to contribute meaningfully without being enslaved by their shifting judgments. You act not for applause or fear of rejection, but from principle. And when you close your eyes at night, you rest knowing that your peace does not depend on anyone else's opinion. So tonight, when the memories of others' words creep in, do not fight them with anger or replay them with pain. Wrap yourself in the cloak. Repeat the mantra until sleep takes you. What others think is not mine to carry. Let the shield settle over your mind, steadying you in calm. Drift into rest, free from judgment, free from envy, free from fear of disapproval. And when you wake, you will rise with a lighter spirit, ready to live not by the noise of others, but by the strength of your own reason. When the cloak of indifference shields you from the weight of other people's judgments, there remains another subtle burden that often presses heavily on the heart: the sense that the world, or the people within it, owe you something. Even if you no longer crave approval, you may still carry expectations of fairness, of recognition, of kindness returned in equal measure. These expectations, when unmet, stir frustration and disappointment. The Stoics warned against this mindset, for entitlement blinds you to reality and makes you a slave to bitterness. To dissolve it, they practiced a meditation each night, the reminder that no one owes you anything. By training this perspective before sleep, you free yourself from resentment and awaken with humility, ready to meet life as it is rather than as you think it should be. The exercise begins by confronting the hidden expectations you carry. Perhaps you expect thanks for the efforts you give, or loyalty in return for loyalty, or fairness from strangers. These expectations feel natural, even justified. Yet when reality fails to meet them, pain follows. The phrase, "no one owes me," is not a denial of justice, but a recognition of reality. People act from their own reasons, shaped by their own struggles, ignorance, or desires. Their actions are not controlled by your hopes. By repeating the phrase before bed, you remind yourself that disappointment arises not from their behavior alone, but from your demand that they behave differently. The power of this exercise lies in shifting responsibility. Instead of saying, "they wronged me because they did not give what I deserved," you say, "I erred in expecting what was never mine to claim." This does not excuse cruelty or dishonesty, but it reframes your relationship to it. You cannot control whether others repay kindness, but you can control whether you give kindness without strings. By releasing the thought of debt, you reclaim your freedom. Practice begins with recalling the day's moments of frustration. Did you feel slighted when someone ignored you? Did you feel irritated when help you gave was not acknowledged? Did you feel anger when someone failed to act as you hoped? Bring these memories into awareness. Then quietly repeat, "No one owes me." Let the words sink into the mind until they soften the sting. You are not entitled to their thanks, their attention, or their perfect behavior. They act as they choose, and your peace depends on your own choice, not theirs. This meditation cultivates humility. Entitlement often disguises pride, the belief that because you acted well, the universe should reward you. But life does not operate on contracts written by your expectations. To live humbly is to accept that the world is not organized for your benefit. By ending the day with this reminder, you reduce the pride that feeds frustration and open yourself to gratitude for what comes freely, without demand. The exercise also deepens resilience. When you expect less, you are shocked less. Disappointments lose their sharp edge because you no longer see them as betrayals of what you were owed. Instead, you see them as natural outcomes of human behavior. People forget, people fail, people act selfishly. This is part of life. By rehearsing this truth at night, you prepare yourself to meet it calmly in the morning. Another layer of the practice is generosity. When you release the demand that others owe you, your giving becomes purer. You help not to be thanked, but because helping aligns with your character. You forgive not to receive recognition, but because forgiveness frees your own soul. You love not to be loved in return, but because love itself is a virtue. This shift transforms relationships. You interact without hidden contracts, without unspoken debts. The freedom this creates is profound. The meditation also clears the way for gratitude. When you tell yourself no one owes you, every kindness you do receive feels like a gift rather than payment. A smile, a word of thanks, a gesture of support. These no longer feel like your due, but like treasures. Gratitude blossoms because entitlement has been cleared from the soil. The morning after this meditation often feels lighter, as though the world is full of unexpected blessings rather than withheld debts. It is helpful to pair the phrase with the breath. As you inhale, remind yourself, I own only my choices. As you exhale, repeat, no one owes me. This rhythm engraves the thought into both body and mind. Over time, the association becomes reflex. Disappointment arises, but the breath brings back the mantra, dissolving resentment before it hardens. The exercise can extend beyond people to life itself. The universe owes you no guarantees of health, of wealth, of time. To expect permanence is to prepare for sorrow. By repeating, no one owes me, you also remind yourself that life itself is gift, not contract. Each breath, each sunrise, each chance to act is undeserved and therefore precious. This awareness sharpens gratitude and reduces bitterness toward fate. Another benefit is the breaking of cycles. Many conflicts continue because each side waits for the other to pay what is owed. An apology, recognition, a gesture of reconciliation. By practicing this meditation, you end your part in the cycle. You stop demanding what may never come. This does not make you weak. It makes you free. You are no longer trapped in endless waiting. You move forward, carrying only what is within your control. Over time, the exercise reshapes your view of justice. You stop confusing justice with personal satisfaction. True justice is about what is right, not about what repays you. By dissolving entitlement, you align more closely with reason, able to pursue fairness without the distortions of ego. This clarity strengthens your judgment and your interactions with others. The practice also protects against despair. Many lose hope because life did not deliver what they believed they were owed: success, recognition, ease. By accepting that nothing was ever guaranteed, despair softens into acceptance. You begin to see meaning not in what you receive, but in how you respond. Life is not debt repayment, it is opportunity. Each night that you end with this meditation, you sharpen humility, strengthen resilience, deepen gratitude, and free yourself from chains of expectation. The repetition of the mantra becomes a cleansing ritual, washing away the day's disappointments and leaving only clarity. When you wake, you no longer carry the heavy burden of "they should have" or "I deserved." You rise lighter, ready to face the day with calm humility. So when you close your eyes tonight, review the moments that frustrated you and whisper the truth to yourself. No one owes me. Let the phrase dissolve the chains of entitlement, replacing them with freedom and peace. Sleep then becomes not a refuge from disappointment, but a teacher of humility. And when you open your eyes in the morning, you step into a world where every kindness is a gift, every moment is undeserved grace, and your peace belongs only to your own reasoned choice. Releasing the belief that others owe you dissolves entitlement and leaves you freer to meet life as it comes. But once you shed those external expectations, you still face one of the most stubborn attachments of all: the body. No matter how much reason you cultivate, the body constantly reminds you of its presence, through appearance, aging, aches, and change. People spend endless energy worrying about how they look, how they compare, and how time alters them. This anxiety grows heavier at night, when silence amplifies self-criticism. The Stoics taught a liberating truth. The body is not truly yours. It is a loan from nature, given for a time, and one day it will be reclaimed. By practicing this meditation before sleep, you can soften attachment to beauty, reduce fear of decay, and rest in peace with what you cannot control. The meditation begins by recognizing how much power appearance holds over the mind. Praise or criticism about looks can affect mood more than reason allows. Wrinkles, scars, or weight can dominate thought even when character is neglected. The Stoics called this a misplacement of value. To place worth on what is fleeting is to guarantee disappointment. By reminding yourself that the body is borrowed, you loosen this grip. A borrowed item is cared for, but not worshipped. You use it responsibly, but you do not stake your identity on it. Start by acknowledging the body with gratitude. As you lie in bed, consider that every breath, every heartbeat, every movement comes not from ownership, but from a gift. You did not design your body, you did not choose its form, and you cannot prevent its eventual decline. Yet it has carried you through the day, allowing thought, action, and experience. Gratitude reframes the relationship. Instead of criticizing what the body lacks, you thank it for what it gives. This gratitude quiets comparison and softens dissatisfaction. The practice deepens when you reflect on impermanence. Beauty fades, strength wanes, and health changes. To resist this truth is to fight nature itself. At night, whisper to yourself, "This body is mine to use, not mine to keep." By repeating this, you release the demand that your body remain unaltered. You prepare yourself to meet aging not with fear, but with calm. Wrinkles then become symbols of time lived, not threats to worth. Scars become stories of endurance, not stains. Decay becomes part of the cycle, not an enemy. This meditation does not promote neglect. The Stoics valued caring for the body as a duty, just as you would care for borrowed tools. You maintain it, feed it, and strengthen it, but you do not worship it. Neglect insults the gift. Obsession imprisons the mind. Balance is the goal, respect without attachment. Before sleep, review whether you treated the body as a wise steward or as a slave to vanity. This reflection builds responsibility without anxiety. Another layer is detachment from comparison. Much suffering comes from measuring your body against others. Comparison is endless because nature gives to each differently. One person has height, another strength, another beauty, another fragility. By viewing the body as borrowed, you see these differences as distribution, not injustice. Just as you would not envy another's borrowed cloak, you do not envy another's borrowed form. Each loan comes with its own conditions, and the value lies in how you use it, not in how it appears. This practice also addresses the fear of illness. Illness reveals the body's vulnerability, and anxiety grows when you believe the body should be immune. By reminding yourself that the body is borrowed, you accept fragility as part of the loan. Illness is not betrayal, but natural wear. This acceptance does not remove care. You still seek healing, but it removes despair. You no longer feel personally wronged by sickness. You see it as part of the agreement you never signed, but always lived under. The meditation fosters humility. Many people take pride in appearance as if they had created themselves. To see the body as borrowed strips away arrogance. You did not shape your face, your frame, or your features. Fortune gave them, and fortune may take them. What remains under your control is how you live, how you act, how you cultivate character. Humility shifts focus from surface to substance, from what is seen to what is chosen. There is also liberation in recognizing that judgment of appearance belongs to others, not to you. People will always form opinions about beauty, strength, or decline. But if the body is not yours to keep, their opinions lose weight. They are commenting on what belongs to nature, not to you. This awareness ties back to indifference. You are no longer chained to approval or shame. You care for the body responsibly, but live for the soul. To deepen the meditation, visualize returning the body to nature. As you drift into sleep, picture the body dissolving into the elements, earth, air, water, and fire, returning to the whole from which it came. This visualization dissolves fear of decay. You see yourself not as losing, but as rejoining. The thought of death becomes less terrifying because it is framed as restoration rather than theft. Pairing this reflection with breath strengthens it. Inhale as though borrowing air, exhale as though returning it. Each cycle reminds you that life itself is loaned moment by moment. You own nothing permanently, not even breath, yet in each cycle you experience fullness. This rhythm engraves humility and gratitude into the subconscious, preparing you to wake lighter. The practice also reshapes identity. Many define themselves by appearance, but the Stoic path points elsewhere. You are not your face, your skin, or your frame. You are your judgments, your choices, your principles. By repeating this truth before bed, you detach identity from appearance. Aging no longer threatens your sense of self, because your true self does not age in the same way. Virtue sharpens with time, even as the body weakens. Another benefit is freedom from consumerism. Much of modern life thrives on fueling anxiety about appearance, selling endless products to resist natural change. By practicing the body as borrowed meditation, you weaken this grip. You stop seeing yourself as broken, needing fixing, and instead see yourself as temporary, needing stewardship. This shift reduces endless craving and fosters contentment. Over time, the nightly repetition of this meditation builds peace with imperfection. You stop criticizing your reflection with hostility. You see it as a passing form, valuable but not defining. This acceptance carries into the day. Compliments or insults about appearance no longer shake you. They may register, but they do not rule. You stand steadier, rooted in a truth deeper than skin. So tonight, when silence settles and the mirror of thought grows sharp, remind yourself, the body is borrowed. Care for it. Use it wisely, but do not cling. Let go of anxiety about beauty. Let go of fear of decay. Let go of obsession with comparison. Rest in gratitude for the loan you hold, knowing it will one day return to nature. And sleep peacefully, free from the weight of appearances, anchored instead in character, the one possession that is truly yours. When you see your body as something borrowed, no longer clinging to it as a permanent possession, a sense of lightness follows. You realize that much of what once caused anxiety is only temporary. Yet even with this freedom, another challenge waits in the heart, the way we carry the behavior of others. Insults, betrayals, or simple acts of thoughtlessness often leave a residue that weighs heavier than concern for appearance. Left unexamined, these grievances turn into grudges, poisoning rest and rising again with the dawn. The Stoics warned that anger and resentment are burdens that harm the one who holds them more than the one who caused them. To dissolve them, they practiced a radical shift in perspective, role reversal. By placing yourself in the position of those who wronged you, you learn to understand their motives, soften judgment, and build compassion that lasts beyond the night. The exercise begins with honesty. Before sleep, recall the faces and words that disturbed you during the day. Do not deny the sting. Acknowledge the frustration, the anger, the disappointment. But instead of feeding these feelings, step into reversal. Ask yourself, if I were them, with their fears, their pressures, their upbringing, their ignorance, how would I have acted? This is not about excusing harm, but about understanding its roots. Most actions that wound others arise from weakness, not malice. By practicing this reversal, you begin to see that cruelty often grows out of pain, impatience out of stress, selfishness out of fear. The meditation deepens when you consider your own faults. How many times have you spoken harshly without intending deep harm? How many times have you failed others out of distraction, laziness, or ignorance? When you recall these moments, you realize that you too have been the source of someone else's frustration. By admitting this, you soften your anger toward others. Role reversal reveals a shared humanity. We stumble, we fail, we hurt, often without full awareness. This recognition loosens the grip of resentment. To strengthen the practice, go step by step. Choose one person who wronged you today. Picture them clearly. Then, as if you were an actor taking their role, walk through the scene from their eyes. What pressures weighed on them? What fears haunted them? What misunderstanding might have shaped their words? The more vividly you enter their perspective, the more your hostility weakens. Compassion replaces condemnation. Even if their action remains wrong, your heart shifts from wishing punishment to wishing clarity for them. This nightly role reversal builds humility. It reminds you that your own perception is limited. You see only the surface of others' actions, rarely the struggles behind them. By practicing this shift, you train yourself to suspend immediate judgment. Instead of saying, "They are cruel," you learn to say, "Perhaps they are burdened." This humility carries into your waking life, softening interactions and preventing grudges from forming so easily. The exercise also protects sleep. Resentment has a way of echoing in the silence of night, replaying conversations and sharpening anger. Role reversal interrupts the cycle. By reframing the story, you replace bitterness with empathy. Sleep then becomes peaceful, untroubled by endless replays. You wake refreshed, not already drained by the grudges of yesterday. There is also a practical benefit. By understanding the motives of others, you become wiser in dealing with them. Compassion does not mean allowing abuse, but it does mean responding strategically rather than reactively. When you see that someone lashes out from insecurity, you no longer take their words personally. You choose responses that address the root rather than the surface. Role reversal builds both compassion and skill. Pairing the practice with breath makes it more powerful. Inhale while stepping into their perspective. Exhale while releasing resentment. With each cycle, you embody the truth that anger is not permanent. It can be transformed. This rhythm connects the mind's reflection with the body's calm, engraving the lesson more deeply. Another layer of the exercise is forgiveness. Forgiveness here is not forgetting or denying harm, but releasing the desire for revenge. When you see yourself in the one who wronged you, the desire for punishment fades. You realize that justice does not require your bitterness. You forgive not for their sake, but for your own freedom. Holding a grudge is like drinking poison to hurt someone else. Role reversal shows you this truth viscerally, freeing you to let go. The practice can extend beyond individuals to groups. Sometimes resentment builds toward entire communities, workplaces, or even humanity itself. By practicing reversal, you remind yourself that each group is made of individuals with stories, struggles, and limits. This widens compassion and shrinks prejudice. It breaks down the illusion of us versus them and replaces it with the recognition that all stumble in different ways. Over time, this meditation reshapes character. You become slower to anger, quicker to understanding, steadier in conflict. You learn to meet hostility with calm because you have trained yourself to see the pain behind it. Grudges no longer dominate because empathy dissolves them. This transformation is not instant, but cumulative, built night after night. The Stoics understood that compassion is not weakness, but strength. To return harm with harm is easy. To return harm with understanding is mastery. Role reversal trains this mastery in silence, planting seeds of empathy in the subconscious. As you sleep, these seeds grow, preparing you to rise in the morning with a softer heart and a clearer mind. So when you prepare for bed tonight, recall the faces that troubled you. Step into their shoes, feel their burdens, see their struggles. Remind yourself that you too have failed, you too have caused pain. Repeat this until resentment fades into compassion. Sleep then comes not as escape, but as renewal, and when you wake, you will rise freer, lighter, no longer chained by grudges, but guided by the strength of understanding. When you learn through nightly role reversal to dissolve grudges and replace resentment with compassion, you free the heart from unnecessary chains. Yet once the heart is freed, there remains the question of direction. Compassion without purpose risks becoming passive, while purpose without compassion risks becoming harsh. The Stoics taught that both must be united under a larger principle, service to the whole. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was not born for pleasure, but for duty, not for isolation, but for contribution. To carry this sense of universal duty into the night is to let purpose seep even into your dreams. Sleep then becomes not only rest, but alignment with the cosmic order, preparing you to wake with strength and clarity. The meditation begins by recalling that every being is part of a greater whole. You are not separate from the world, but a piece of it, woven into its fabric. Marcus described himself as a limb of the larger body of humanity, meant to work for the benefit of the whole rather than for himself alone. To adopt this truth before bed is to quiet selfish desires and replace them with service. You remind yourself that your life is not about gaining as much as possible, but about giving what you can while you are here. Start by reviewing your day through this lens. Did your actions serve only your own comfort, or did they contribute to the larger good? Did you leave those around you lighter or heavier by your presence? This review is not meant to scold, but to sharpen awareness. Where you fell short, you plant the intention to rise better tomorrow. Where you acted with service, you acknowledge it with quiet satisfaction, not pride. The point is not to judge yourself, but to align with the duty that transcends you. As you prepare to sleep, let the thought of universal duty become your final focus. Whisper to yourself, I am part of the whole. My duty is to serve the whole. Repeat this mantra as you drift into rest. The repetition engraves it into the subconscious, shaping dreams around purpose rather than restlessness. Even in unconsciousness, the mind absorbs direction. You awaken with renewed commitment, not because of external pressure, but because the idea has rooted itself deeply. This practice builds resilience. Many of life's frustrations come from personal desires being blocked. But when your orientation is toward the greater good, obstacles lose their sting. If a plan fails, you ask not, "What did I lose?" but "How can I still serve?" Duty reframes setbacks into new opportunities. By carrying this attitude into sleep, you strengthen your readiness to meet disruption with calm determination. The meditation also sharpens humility. Marcus was emperor, yet he constantly reminded himself that he was only one part of the whole. His status did not exempt him from service, it bound him to it even more. By practicing this reflection, you remind yourself that your importance lies not in position or recognition, but in contribution. The cosmic order cares little for your reputation, it values harmony. By aligning with this, you dissolve ego and replace it with responsibility. Another layer is the acceptance of mortality. Service becomes urgent when you remember that your time is short. By telling yourself each night, "My duty lasts only while I am here," you awaken urgency without panic. You stop wasting time on trivialities and focus on what endures. The thought of cosmic duty turns mortality from a source of fear into a call to action. This practice also heals loneliness. Many suffer from a sense of isolation, believing their lives lack meaning. But when you see yourself as part of the larger whole, you realize you are never alone. Your every action ripples outward, affecting others in ways you may never see. Sleep becomes more peaceful when you rest knowing that your existence is woven into the fabric of the universe. Pair the meditation with breath. As you inhale, think, "I am part of the whole." As you exhale, think, "I serve the whole." Let the rhythm engrave the truth into body and mind. Over time, this association becomes automatic. You no longer see yourself as isolated, but as a constant contributor. This steadies you against despair and strengthens your resolve. Another benefit is clarity of priorities. When you remind yourself nightly of duty, you see how little value lies in trivial pursuits. Status, vanity, and personal indulgence fade. What matters is justice, kindness, courage, and wisdom, virtues that strengthen the whole. This clarity makes decision-making simpler. Each choice is weighed not by personal gain, but by service. Sleep with this clarity, and you wake with it as well. Over time, the practice becomes transformative. Dreams themselves may begin to carry themes of service and connection. The subconscious continues the work of aligning you with purpose, reinforcing lessons without your awareness. This is how philosophy moves from theory into the marrow of life. You do not merely think of duty, you embody it. The emperor's sleep is not limited to those with grand titles. It belongs to anyone who chooses to live for more than themselves. Each night, as you surrender to rest, remind yourself that you are part of something vast, and your role is to contribute. Let this truth carry you into dreams, and wake prepared to serve not grudgingly but willingly, as Marcus urged, like the eye that sees or the hand that grasps, doing its work naturally and without complaint. So, tonight, when you close your eyes, repeat the truth of your place in the whole. Let purpose sink into your heart until it shapes even your dreams. Rest not in selfishness, but in service. Wake not with aimless desire, but with directed strength. This is the emperor's sleep. to carry cosmic duty into the night and to rise with purpose in the morning, steady, humble, and ready to serve. When you end the day by adopting a sense of cosmic duty, even in sleep, your heart is aligned with service and your mind is freed from the traps of ego. But there remains another subtle weight that can weaken purpose: attachment to comfort. Even the noblest intentions are easily softened by the craving for softness, warmth, and ease. Luxury whispers promises of security, but in truth, it erodes resilience. The Stoics taught that comfort is not evil, but dependence on it is dangerous. A life anchored to comfort becomes fragile, unable to endure change or hardship. To train freedom from this chain, they practiced indifference to comfort, often beginning with the simplest ritual of all: sleep. By simplifying the way you rest, you sharpen strength, detach from excess, and prepare yourself to wake with greater resilience. This practice starts by questioning the assumptions you carry about rest. You may believe that a good night's sleep depends on perfect conditions: the softest mattress, ideal temperature, silence, and familiar surroundings. But these conditions are not guaranteed. Illness, travel, poverty, or disaster may remove them in an instant. If you rely on them absolutely, your peace is hostage to chance. To train indifference is to prove to yourself that you can rest with less. By loosening attachment, you reclaim freedom. The meditation begins with voluntary simplicity. Before bed, remind yourself, I do not need perfect conditions to rest. I need only to surrender to nature's rhythm. This shift removes anxiety about sleep. Many suffer because they overthink their environment, worrying about pillows, sounds, or minor discomforts. By choosing to simplify, you accept what is present. Even a hard surface becomes enough. Even a noisy night becomes bearable. This mental shift prepares you to face hardship calmly when it arrives. The Stoics often recommended practicing poverty in thought and action. This meant occasionally eating simple food, wearing plain clothes, or sleeping on the ground. The purpose was not punishment, but training. When you experience less by choice, you weaken fear of losing more. By lying down with minimal comfort, even just a thinner blanket or fewer pillows, you remind yourself that rest belongs to the body's nature, not to luxury's promise. The body will adapt, and the mind will grow stronger for having endured. This practice also reshapes your relationship with luxury. When you sleep with less, you begin to see how much of what you once considered necessary is merely preference. Preferences can be enjoyed, but they should not enslave you. By stripping down your ritual, you separate what is truly essential from what is indulgence. This clarity sharpens gratitude. When you do return to comfort, you value it without clinging, knowing that you can thrive without it. The exercise strengthens resilience in daily life. Hardship does not schedule itself politely. It arrives uninvited: illness, travel delays, loss of resources. If you have trained yourself to sleep without ideal conditions, you meet such disruptions calmly. You do not panic when a bed is unavailable or when discomfort persists. You accept, adapt, and endure. The training of nightly simplicity becomes a shield against panic in real adversity. There is humility in this practice as well. Luxury often feeds arrogance, the belief that you deserve more than others. By sleeping with less, you remind yourself that you share the same needs as all people: a place to lie down and close your eyes. You reconnect with the common human condition. This humility deepens compassion, making you more willing to understand and support those who lack what you have. Another dimension of indifference to comfort is freedom from anxiety. Much of modern restlessness comes not from genuine discomfort, but from fear of losing comfort. People worry about sleep quality, about missing hours, about lacking the perfect setup. This fear itself prevents peace. By practicing simplicity, you prove that rest is still possible without ideal conditions. Anxiety fades when you see that nature provides enough. The practice can also be linked to gratitude. Each night, as you simplify your rest, remind yourself that many in the world sleep with far less, on floors, in shelters, in conditions of hardship. Instead of resenting minor discomforts, you feel thankful for what you have. Gratitude softens desire for more and replaces complaint with perspective. To deepen the meditation, pair it with reflection on mortality. Ask yourself, if this were my last night, would the softness of the bed matter? Would the arrangement of pillows carry meaning? Or would my final concern be the quality of my soul? This question strips away obsession with comfort and refocuses attention on virtue. You fall asleep not chasing luxury, but nurturing character. There is also wisdom in seeing discomfort as teacher. When you feel the hardness of a surface, the chill of air, or the absence of a familiar blanket, let the discomfort sharpen awareness rather than agitation. Say to yourself, this is training. Discomfort reveals how much of suffering is created by resistance rather than by sensation itself. When you accept the feeling without complaint, it loses its power. This lesson applies not only to sleep, but to every hardship you face. The exercise trains endurance. Each time you rest with less, you expand your ability to remain calm under strain. Endurance is not built by indulging comfort, but by meeting discomfort willingly. This endurance grows silently, showing itself later when life tests you with true difficulty. By then, your mind already knows the path of calm acceptance. Another benefit is the sharpening of discipline. Indifference to comfort requires deliberate choice. The temptation to seek luxury will whisper to you each night. To resist this whisper, even in small ways, strengthens the will. The discipline you build in sleep extends to waking life. You become more capable of resisting impulses, delaying gratification, and choosing long-term strength over short-term ease. This practice also aligns you with nature. Nature provides the basics: earth to rest upon, air to breathe, a body to carry you. Luxury is a human invention, often useful but never necessary. By stripping back your ritual, you rejoin this natural simplicity. You remember that the body is designed to adapt, not to be pampered endlessly. This alignment with nature is at the heart of Stoic philosophy. To live in harmony with what is, not in endless struggle for what is extra. As the practice becomes habit, you notice greater freedom. You no longer dread nights away from home, unfamiliar beds, or imperfect conditions. You rest anywhere because you have trained indifference. This freedom is profound. It means your peace is not tied to circumstances, but carried within you. So, tonight, simplify. Lay down without excess. Let go of demands. Release the craving for perfect conditions. Tell yourself, I need little to rest, and I can endure much. Let sleep come as it will, not as you command. With each night of practice, you weaken the grip of comfort, strengthen resilience, and awaken lighter, freer, and more prepared for life's hardships. This is the Stoic path to indifference, training not through denial of rest, but through mastery of attachment. And from this mastery grows the quiet power to meet each day unshaken. When you train yourself to detach from luxury and rest with less, You loosen the grip of dependence and strengthen resilience. Yet even with such discipline, there are nights when rest simply refuses to come. The body may be weary, but the mind remains awake, circling through thoughts with relentless energy. Most people meet this with frustration, calling it a curse, tossing and turning until dawn arrives with heaviness. But the Stoics saw sleeplessness differently. For them, wakefulness in the night was not wasted time, but an unexpected teacher. Insomnia, approached with patience, could become training in endurance, reflection, and even gratitude. Instead of resisting it, they invited it as part of nature's rhythm, another chance to practice philosophy. The first step in this practice is to release resistance. Much of the suffering caused by insomnia is not from the lack of sleep itself, but from the anger at being awake. The mind insists that rest must come, and when it does not, panic builds. The heart races, thoughts multiply, and exhaustion deepens. By surrendering the demand, you stop adding pain to the condition. You tell yourself, if sleep comes, I accept it. If not, I will use these hours differently. This shift dissolves urgency and transforms wakefulness into opportunity. Once you accept the state, the night becomes a place for patience. Patience is rarely trained in comfort. It is forged in difficulty. Lying awake with nowhere to go and nothing to distract you, you face the raw truth of waiting. You cannot force sleep. You can only endure calmly until it arrives. Each night of insomnia becomes practice in this endurance, and with repetition, patience strengthens, carrying into the challenges of the day. The sleepless night also offers space for reflection. During the day, distractions are constant, but in the stillness of night, thoughts rise more clearly. Instead of fearing them, you can examine them. Ask yourself, what is troubling me? What fears am I carrying? What attachments are weighing on me? In this way, insomnia becomes a mirror, showing you the unrest already within. Sleep was not stolen from you. It was delayed so that you could confront what you often avoid. The practice can be deepened by turning to gratitude. While awake, reflect on what remains steady. You still breathe, your heart still beats, the world still holds you. Even sleeplessness is a sign of life, a reminder that you are still here to experience it. Gratitude reframes insomnia from curse to companion. Instead of resenting the night, you thank it for another chance to practice awareness. There is wisdom in using the hours for meditation. Focus on breath, on repetition of simple Stoic truths, or on the review of the day. These exercises are not wasted because sleep is absent. They are valuable because wakefulness sharpens them. The mind, stripped of distractions, absorbs lessons more deeply in silence. By the time morning arrives, you may feel tired in body, but steadier in soul. Another benefit of embracing insomnia is humility. Sleeplessness reminds you that you are not in control of everything, not even of your own body's rhythms. This truth humbles pride and trains acceptance. You learn to live with limits without despair. You stop demanding constant mastery over nature and instead cooperate with it. The Stoic night watch also teaches detachment from time. Most anxiety and sleeplessness comes from watching the clock, fearing lost hours. But when you detach from the measurement of time, you stop fueling panic. Hours become moments, and moments become opportunities. Even if rest does not come, peace can. The lesson is that life is not measured only by efficiency, but by the quality of presence. There is also an element of resilience in treating insomnia as training. Just as soldiers practice endurance by standing guard in long nights, You practice endurance by staying calm through wakefulness. The mind learns that you can face fatigue without collapsing. You wake not destroyed but seasoned, more capable of carrying tiredness without complaint. This resilience is strength that luxury cannot provide. The practice can also dissolve fear of future wakefulness. Many dread bedtime after a night of insomnia, fearing it will repeat. This fear itself feeds the problem. By reframing insomnia as teacher, you remove the dread. If wakefulness returns, you no longer panic. You welcome it as another chance to practice. Fear weakens when the enemy becomes a friend. Over time, embracing insomnia reshapes character. You become less reactive, more patient, and more accepting of limits. You stop demanding that life follow your schedule, and you start flowing with what comes. This shift extends beyond sleep into every area of life. Meetings that run late, plans that collapse, waiting lines that drag. Each becomes easier to endure because you have trained in the long nights of stillness. So when you find yourself awake tonight, do not curse the dark hours. Treat them as the Stoic night watch, a time to practice patience, to reflect on life, to cultivate gratitude, and to train endurance. Rest may come late or not at all, but peace can be present at every moment. And when dawn breaks, you will rise not only with tired eyes, but with a stronger spirit, prepared to face the day with the calm that sleeplessness has taught you. When you learn to treat insomnia as a teacher rather than an enemy, you discover the strength of patience and the wisdom of surrender. Wakefulness at night shows you how much of life's turmoil comes not from events themselves, but from the judgments you attach to them. The sleepless hours prove this truth with clarity. The body rests more easily when the mind suspends its constant evaluations. From this realization grows another powerful exercise, the choice to fast from judgment itself. For one night, you place aside every opinion, every label, every conclusion about others, and even about yourself. By suspending judgment until dawn, you allow the mind to clear, leaving behind the distortions of bias and expectation. In the morning, perception sharpens, and you wake lighter, free from the weight of unnecessary verdicts. The practice begins with awareness of how deeply judgment shapes daily life. Every encounter, every word, every gesture triggers an evaluation. You decide almost instantly whether you approve, disapprove, admire, dislike, or condemn. These judgments seem harmless, but they accumulate like dust, clouding perception and creating constant tension. By nightfall, the mind is heavy with unspoken opinions, many of them unexamined. The Stoics warned that such judgments enslave the soul because they create attachments to illusions. A nightly fast frees you from this weight. To begin, commit to the discipline of suspension. As you prepare for rest, tell yourself, "Tonight I release all judgments. I will not declare who is good or bad, who is wise or foolish, who is worthy or unworthy. I will let people and events simply exist until dawn." This vow does not erase thought, but redirects it. Instead of labeling, you observe. Instead of condemning, you allow. The practice is not passivity, it is clarity. As you reflect on the day, notice the judgments you made. Perhaps you criticized someone silently, praised another excessively, or compared yourself harshly to others. Recognize these judgments without feeding them. Say to yourself, "That is opinion, not truth. Tonight, I set it aside." This detachment loosens the grip of resentment, envy, and pride. The mind begins to feel lighter as it lets go of the endless commentary it carries. The exercise deepens when applied to yourself. You may have judged your own actions harshly, calling yourself lazy, weak, or unworthy. Or perhaps you praised yourself excessively for small victories, inflating ego. Both self-condemnation and self-praise distort perception. During the fast, release both. Tell yourself, "Tonight, I am neither failure nor success. I am simply a being at rest." This neutrality is powerful. It allows you to sleep without the weight of identity and to wake ready to see yourself freshly, without yesterday's labels. The fast also fosters compassion. When you suspend judgment of others, you begin to see them as human beings shaped by forces you cannot fully know. The person who angered you is no longer enemy, but simply another human acting from their own struggles. The person who disappointed you is no longer worthless, but a fellow traveler with flaws like your own. Compassion grows naturally when judgment fades. Pairing the practice with breath strengthens it. As you inhale, say silently, "I release judgment." As you exhale, say, "I allow things to be." This rhythm engraves the commitment into body and mind. Each cycle of breath clears away another layer of opinion until the mind rests in stillness. There is also freedom in releasing judgment of events. Throughout the day, you may have labeled experiences as good or bad, traffic as bad, a conversation as good, a delay as frustrating. These judgments amplify suffering. During the fast, remind yourself, events are neutral. My judgment makes them heavy. By withholding labels, you discover that much of what you called misfortune was only inconvenience, and much of what you called fortune was only fleeting. This realization prepares you to wake with steadier perception. The practice builds humility. By suspending judgment, you admit that your knowledge is limited. You do not see the whole picture of another's life, nor the full consequences of events. What you called a failure may become a blessing later. What you called a blessing may lead to hardship. By releasing verdicts, you respect the complexity of life. This humility dissolves arrogance and invites patience. Another benefit is restfulness. Judgment keeps the mind active, endlessly replaying conversations, arguments, and comparisons. By suspending it, you allow thought to slow. The night becomes quieter, not only in sound, but in spirit. Sleep arrives more easily because the mind is not busy delivering verdicts. Even if wakefulness lingers, it is gentler, without the sharp edges of criticism or complaint. The fast also reshapes relationships. When you wake after a night of suspended judgment, you see others differently. Instead of approaching them with labels already attached, you meet them with openness. Conversations feel fresher, conflicts feel smaller, and patience grows. You interact not from assumption, but from presence. To deepen the practice, extend the suspension to the natural world. Do not judge the weather as good or bad, the night as too quiet or too noisy, the body as too weak or too restless. Let everything simply be. This expands the fast from people to life itself. By dawn, you wake with a broader acceptance of reality, less disturbed by what you once labeled as unfair. Over time, nightly fasting from judgment becomes a form of purification. Each night you clear away the sediment of opinion, leaving the mind clearer for the day ahead. The effect compounds. You become less reactive, less trapped by labels, more capable of seeing truth. The discipline of suspending judgment trains equanimity, the very state the Stoics sought. So when you prepare for bed tonight, release the need to evaluate. Lay down the burden of calling people good or bad, events fortunate or unfortunate. yourself worthy or unworthy. Let the night be free from verdicts. Tell yourself, until dawn, I will not judge. Rest in that stillness, and let sleep or wakefulness carry you without commentary. And when the morning light arrives, you will rise with perception sharpened, free from the distortions of judgment, ready to meet life as it is, rather than as your opinions once declared it to be. Suspending judgment through the night clears the mind of heavy opinions and allows you to wake with a lighter perception of the world. But once that clarity is achieved, the next question arises: how do you deepen appreciation for the very environment in which you rest? Even when the mind is free of verdicts, the heart can still grow numb to its surroundings, taking for granted the bed, the room, the walls, the simple shelter that holds you. The Stoics offered a way to combat this numbness, treating every place you sleep as if it were temporary lodging. By imagining that tonight is your last night in this room, you cultivate gratitude and sharpen presence. Instead of drifting into habit, you rest as a guest, aware that tomorrow may take you elsewhere. The practice begins with perspective. Every room you have ever slept in has eventually become part of the past. Childhood bedrooms, dormitories, rented apartments, hotel spaces. At the time, each felt stable. Now they are memories. The bed you lie in tonight will one day join them. To meditate on this truth is to cut through the illusion of permanence. You remind yourself that even the most familiar places are only temporary shelters lent by fortune. This realization stirs appreciation because what is temporary becomes precious. Start by observing the details of your environment with fresh eyes. Look at the lines of the ceiling, the arrangement of furniture, the way shadows fall across the walls. Tell yourself, tomorrow I may never see this room again. With that thought, each detail becomes sharper. The ordinary transforms into something meaningful. The cracks, the imperfections, the comfort, all become worthy of notice. This noticing itself is a form of gratitude. The meditation deepens when you reflect on the countless people who never again returned to the place they thought was home. History is full of exiles, travelers, and those displaced by war, illness, or sudden change. To treat your own room as permanent is to forget this reality. To treat it as temporary is to honor it while you have it. By doing so, you awaken to the gift of stability without being lulled into complacency. This exercise is not meant to breed fear, but to sharpen appreciation. Fear says, I may lose this tomorrow. Gratitude says, I am fortunate to have this tonight. The shift is subtle but powerful. Fear clings, gratitude releases. Fear tightens the heart, gratitude opens it. By choosing the second, you fall asleep not in anxiety, but in peace. The practice also humbles you. When you see your room as borrowed lodging, you let go of ownership. You recognize that the space is part of a larger world, and you are only passing through. This humility weakens pride and softens entitlement. You stop demanding that everything be perfect, and instead you thank the room for serving its purpose. Even the smallest, simplest space becomes enough. Pairing the meditation with breath strengthens it. As you inhale, think, I am a guest here. As you exhale, think, I give thanks for this shelter. This rhythm engraves the truth into both body and mind. Over time, you begin to treat every space you enter with respect, whether it is large or small, familiar or foreign. Another benefit is detachment. By practicing nightly awareness of impermanence, you weaken the fear of losing home, possessions, or stability. You train yourself to adapt, to carry peace regardless of surroundings. If tomorrow brings change, you will meet it calmly, because you rehearsed it in thought. This detachment does not make you careless, it makes you freer. The practice also refines presence. Much of life is dulled by habit. You stop noticing what surrounds you because you assume it will always be there. By treating each night as the last in your room, you break habit's spell. You become attentive again, aware of textures, sounds, and scents. Presence returns, and with it, a deeper connection to life. Reflect also on the people connected to your space. Who built the walls, designed the furniture, cleaned the floor? Each object carries traces of human effort. To treat the room as temporary is also to honor those invisible contributions. Gratitude expands beyond your own shelter to the labor and kindness of others who made it possible. Another dimension of the practice is preparation for change. Life will move you from place to place, sometimes by choice, sometimes by force. By practicing nightly detachment, you reduce shock when the time comes. You do not cling desperately because you have already rehearsed the truth. Every room is temporary. This steadiness makes transitions lighter and less painful. Over time, the meditation transforms how you live. You stop rushing past environments without seeing them. You begin to treat every place as worthy of attention. Even a temporary stay becomes meaningful. This shift reduces boredom because no place feels ordinary once you treat it as possibly your last. There is also strength in recognizing that the room itself does not define you. Whether you sleep in luxury or simplicity, permanence or transience, your peace comes from within. The room is context, not essence. By practicing the stranger's bed meditation, you affirm that true stability lies in your character, not in your surroundings. So tonight, as you prepare to sleep, pause and look around. Tell yourself, "This may be the last night I rest in this room." Let that thought awaken gratitude, presence, and humility. Notice the details, give thanks, release ownership, and surrender to rest as a guest of fortune. When morning comes, whether you remain or move on, you will rise lighter, appreciative of what you had, ready for what comes, free from illusion of permanence. This is the gift of the stranger's bed, to turn the ordinary into the precious, and to teach you that every place, like every day, is temporary and therefore sacred. When you end the day by treating your room as temporary lodging, gratitude sharpens and you begin to see life as a sequence of brief stays, each moment borrowed rather than owned. From this awareness naturally arises another practice, one that confronts the passage of time itself. Just as no room is truly permanent, no moment is either. Time flows steadily, grain after grain, never stopping, never returning. The Stoics often warned that the greatest mistake is to act as though time is endless. To correct this illusion, they used images of mortality and urgency. One of the most powerful is the hourglass, sand falling grain by grain until nothing remains. To meditate on this image before sleep aligns the subconscious with presence, urgency, and humility, stripping away waste and preparing you to wake with sharper purpose. The hourglass meditation begins with visualization. As you lie down, picture the glass standing upright, filled halfway with sand. Watch each grain descend, one after another, into the lower chamber. The flow is steady, silent, unstoppable. No hand can reverse it. No force can slow it. This is the rhythm of life itself, moments falling beyond recall. By watching this in your mind's eye, you anchor yourself to the truth that every passing second is lost forever. Instead of fearing this, you allow it to sharpen awareness of what remains. The first lesson of the hourglass is urgency. When you see time as sand, you understand that delay is not neutral, it is loss. To waste a moment is to let a grain fall unused. Before sleep, reflect on how you used your grains today. Did you spend them on what aligned with your values, or did you scatter them on trivial distractions? This reflection is not for guilt, but for clarity. By facing it nightly, you train yourself to waste less tomorrow. The second lesson is presence. The sand that has already fallen is gone. The sand still waiting is uncertain. Only the grain falling now is yours. This truth is simple but radical. It strips away regret for the past and anxiety for the future, grounding you in the immediate. As you prepare for sleep, repeat quietly, "This grain is mine. This moment is enough." The mantra roots you in the present, making each breath richer. The meditation also cultivates humility. No one knows how much sand remains in their glass. The illusion of endless time makes people arrogant, assuming they can delay gratitude, delay kindness, delay growth. By picturing the hourglass, you admit the limit. You do not know when the final grain will fall. This humility reshapes priorities. You stop postponing what matters and you give weight to each choice. The practice is strengthened by linking it to the body. With each breath, feel as though a grain falls. Inhale. A grain rises at the top. Exhale. It falls to the bottom. This rhythm ties life's impermanence to your own experience, engraving the truth into the nervous system. Over time, the association becomes natural. Breathing itself becomes a reminder that time is passing, urging you toward mindful action. The hourglass also reframes failure. Many fear mistakes because they treat them as wasted time. But when seen through the glass, even mistakes become part of the flow. The grain has fallen, but its lesson remains. What matters is not that it passed imperfectly, but that you use its lesson to guide the next one. This perspective reduces regret and strengthens resilience. Another dimension is gratitude. Each grain that still waits above is possibility. Instead of obsessing over what has fallen, you give thanks for what remains. You see that every moment alive is abundance because it could already have ended. This gratitude transforms the ordinary, meals, conversations, simple rest, into treasures. The hourglass teaches that scarcity creates value, and life is scarce. This meditation also disciplines the mind against distraction. Many waste hours because they believe time is endless. The hourglass dissolves that illusion. When you watch grains fall, scrolling through meaningless content or indulging in gossip feels heavier. It is not just pastime, it is lost life. The image creates a natural resistance to waste. It does not require harsh rules, only the constant reminder that grains are limited. The practice builds courage as well. Fear often delays action. People wait for perfect conditions, convincing themselves they will have time later. The hourglass says otherwise. Later may never come. The falling sand demands that you act now, imperfectly but sincerely. By rehearsing this truth nightly, you strengthen courage to face challenges in the day. The meditation can be deepened by recalling mortality. The final grain will fall, and you cannot know when. To dwell on this is not despair, but liberation. It frees you from trivial worries and aligns you with virtue. If tonight were the last, would you want to sleep in anger, in resentment, in fear? Or would you want to sleep in peace, having lived today as fully as you could? This question clarifies, cutting away illusions. The hourglass also shapes dreams. When carried into sleep, the image plants urgency in the subconscious. Dreams may echo with themes of time, with reminders to act, to forgive, to focus. Even without lucidity, the subconscious absorbs the lesson, preparing you to wake more aligned with purpose. To make the practice practical, end each night with 3 reflections. What grains did I use well today? What grains did I waste? And how will I use the grains of tomorrow? Keep the answers simple, honest, and brief. This ritual prevents self-deception and turns the hourglass into daily training. Over weeks and months, the effect compounds. You notice procrastination weakening, gratitude strengthening, and presence deepening. You live with urgency, but not with panic, because urgency is balanced with calm acceptance. The glass will empty regardless, but you can choose how to meet each grain. So tonight, as you prepare for rest, let the hourglass stand in your mind. Watch the sand fall, grain by grain. Remind yourself that each moment is unique, unrepeatable, precious. Release regret for what has already fallen. Release anxiety for what remains above. Focus on the grain descending now, and let that awareness carry you into sleep. In the morning, rise with the memory of falling sand, ready to spend your day with purpose, gratitude, and courage, knowing that time waits for no one. When you close your eyes at night with the image of the hourglass in mind, the steady flow of sand teaches you to live with urgency and presence. Yet once you grasp that every grain is fleeting, another question emerges. What about the grains you never chose, the events that arrived without your consent, the turns of fate that shaped your day regardless of your effort? Most people meet these with frustration, calling them unfair or unfortunate. But the Stoics saw them differently. They taught that gratitude must extend not only to what goes well, but also to what lies beyond control, for it is precisely the uncontrollable that sculpts the path of growth. To end the day with such gratitude is to train the heart to work with fate instead of fighting it, to see necessity not as an enemy, but as an ally. This practice begins by identifying the parts of your day that you did not design. Perhaps the weather shifted, delaying plans. Perhaps traffic slowed you. Perhaps illness, weakness, or another's decision altered your schedule. These are the very things that trigger irritation because they break your illusion of control. The Stoics insisted that these events are not only unavoidable but essential. They are nature unfolding. To resent them is to resent the very order of the universe. Gratitude for them realigns you with reality. To train this, review your day with deliberate focus on the uncontrollable. Say to yourself, "This event was not mine to command, yet it shaped me." If rain forced you indoors, perhaps it gave you quiet time. If someone criticized you, perhaps it exposed a weakness in patience. If illness made you rest, perhaps it prevented greater harm. The point is not to romanticize suffering, but to acknowledge that even the unchosen can carry value. Gratitude sharpens when it extends beyond comfort into necessity. The practice also builds humility. Gratitude for what is uncontrollable means admitting that you do not hold the world in your hands. You are a participant, not a ruler. The sun rises, the earth turns, countless causes and effects unfold without your permission. Yet you benefit from them constantly: the breath you inhale, the food that grows, the shelter that holds you. To end the day thanking what you could never design places you in right relation to life. It dissolves arrogance and awakens awe. Another layer is freedom from resentment. Anger often festers because you believe things should have gone differently. But when you choose to be grateful even for what opposed you, resentment weakens. You see hardship as part of the larger fabric, not as a personal attack. Gratitude transforms obstacles into allies. This shift does not erase difficulty, but it prevents bitterness from consuming you. The exercise can be paired with silence. As you lie in bed, name the uncontrollable elements of your day: weather, chance encounters, delays, outcomes of effort. After naming each, pause and say, "Thank you," not because they were easy, but because they were real. The pause deepens sincerity, preventing the words from becoming ritual. Over time, the heart learns to respond with thanks automatically, even before frustration takes hold. This practice reshapes perception of fortune. Most people divide events into good and bad based on preference, but when you learn to thank the uncontrollable, the division softens. Events become material rather than verdicts. They are raw clay, and your character is the sculptor. With gratitude, even adversity becomes useful, because it provides the clay from which patience, courage, and wisdom are formed. There is also strength in extending this gratitude to past hardships. Reflect on difficulties long gone, failures, losses, betrayals. At the time, they felt unbearable. Yet now you can see how they shaped your endurance. By thanking them in retrospect, you train yourself to see present hardships with the same clarity. If past pain proved useful, why should present pain be any different? Gratitude builds trust that life, even in its harshness, offers what is needed. The practice connects to mortality as well. You do not control the length of your life, the moment of your birth, or the timing of your death. To resent this is futile. To thank it is wisdom. Each uncontrollable boundary defines your experience. Nightly gratitude for this truth eases fear of death, because you begin to see even mortality as part of the gift. Without limits, life would lose urgency. Without an end, moments would lose meaning. Gratitude for mortality makes each day sharper. To deepen the meditation, pair it with breath. Inhale as though receiving what you cannot control, the air, the flow of fate. Exhale with the word, "Thank you." This rhythm engraves gratitude into the body, turning it into instinct. Each cycle becomes a practice in surrender and acceptance. Another benefit is release from envy. Much envy arises from comparing what others received that you did not: beauty, wealth, opportunity. But when you learn to thank the uncontrollable, envy fades. You accept that fortune distributes differently, yet you can still cultivate virtue with what you have. Gratitude reminds you that your path, though different, is no less valuable. Over time, this nightly ritual changes the way you meet the day. Instead of resisting every disruption, you begin to welcome them. A delay becomes a chance to reflect. A failure becomes a chance to learn. A loss becomes a chance to grow. This does not make suffering pleasant, but it does make it purposeful. Gratitude for the uncontrollable is the alchemy that turns chaos into meaning. So tonight, when you lie in bed, review your day not for what pleased you, but for what escaped you. Name the events you did not command. Thank them. Let gratitude dissolve resentment and awaken humility. Rest in the truth that life is not yours to direct, but yours to participate in. And when dawn arrives, you will rise not in resistance, but in harmony, ready to meet the uncontrollable, not with fear, but with gratitude, carrying the strength of one who knows that even what cannot be chosen can still be cherished. Gratitude for the uncontrollable loosens resentment and teaches you to see necessity itself as a gift. But once you begin to thank what you cannot command, the next step is to test how prepared you really are to face loss. Gratitude is one thing in thought. Resilience is another in practice. The Stoics trained not only by reflecting on what might vanish, but by rehearsing it, staging mental drills to prepare the heart for sudden change. One of the most powerful of these is what can be called the fire drill of fate. Before sleep, you pretend that by tomorrow, everything you rely on, your house, your job, your possessions, will be gone. This rehearsal does not create despair, but steels the mind. By walking through loss in thought, you wake less fragile and more resilient, ready to meet reality with calm, if fortune should take what you thought secure. The exercise begins by selecting one anchor of your daily life, perhaps the house that shelters you. As you lie in bed, picture it clearly, the walls, the rooms, the objects inside. Then tell yourself, tomorrow it may be gone. Do not soften the thought. See the emptiness, the loss of shelter, the absence of familiarity. Let the discomfort arise. This is not punishment, it is training. By facing it in imagination, you reduce its power to shock you if it ever arrives. The mind learns that even this could be endured. The meditation deepens when extended to work. Consider the role or position that shapes your identity, the job that provides income, the tasks that give rhythm to your day. Tell yourself, tomorrow it may vanish. Feel the insecurity, the loss of routine, the fear of the unknown. Instead of resisting, let the mind walk through it calmly. What would you do next? How would you adapt? What virtues would remain intact even without title or salary? By rehearsing this, you weaken dependence on external roles and strengthen reliance on inner character. Possessions can also be placed into this drill. Picture your belongings, clothes, devices, comforts, and remind yourself, tomorrow they may be gone. The point is not to despise them, but to detach from them. You see clearly that they are not part of you. They are tools lent for a while. Their loss may inconvenience you, but it cannot rob you of wisdom, courage, or justice. By repeating this truth nightly, you reduce anxiety about theft, disaster, or decay. This practice also reveals hidden attachments. You may think you are indifferent to certain things, but when you imagine their sudden absence, you feel resistance. That resistance shows where attachment remains. The fire drill of fate brings these hidden chains into view so you can work on loosening them. Instead of ignoring weakness, you expose it, making yourself stronger. The exercise cultivates humility as well. It reminds you that security is never absolute. Many throughout history have lost homes, jobs, and possessions overnight, not by choice, but by circumstance. To assume you are exempt is arrogance. By rehearsing loss, you join the human condition honestly, acknowledging that fortune can turn for anyone. This humility prepares you to face life without the arrogance of invulnerability. Another dimension of the practice is gratitude sharpened by absence. When you pretend that everything will be gone tomorrow, what remains tonight becomes precious. The bed feels more comforting, the roof more protective, the food more nourishing. You do not cling with desperation, but appreciate with sincerity. The drill makes you see what you usually overlook. By imagining loss, you intensify presence. The fire drill also strengthens adaptability. When you rehearse life stripped of its structures, you begin to see new paths. If the job disappears, you consider what skills remain. If the house is gone, you consider how to rebuild. If possessions vanish, you consider how little is truly required. This mental rehearsal creates flexibility, reducing panic if real change comes. Adaptability is born from preparation, and the drill is preparation in its purest form. Pairing the practice with breath anchors it. Inhale with the thought, I can endure. Exhale with the thought, even without, I remain. Each breath reinforces resilience, teaching the body calm while the mind rehearses loss. This prevents the drill from spiraling into anxiety. Instead, it becomes steady training, grounded in the rhythm of life itself. The exercise also dissolves envy. Many anxieties about possessions come from comparing what you own to what others display. But when you strip everything away in thought, envy loses its grip. Without possessions, all are equal, simply humans with minds, bodies, and choices. This awareness clears the distortion of comparison and returns focus to what truly matters. Over time, the nightly drill reshapes identity. You stop defining yourself by house, job, or belongings. You begin to see yourself as character alone, carried even if all else vanishes. This identity cannot be stolen or destroyed. It is built on virtue, not on circumstance. The more you practice, the stronger this identity becomes. Another benefit is freedom from fear. Much of life's anxiety comes from dreading loss. By rehearsing it, you remove the element of surprise. You accept that it may come, and you prove to yourself that you can survive it. Fear weakens when the mind is familiar with its object. The drill transforms fear into readiness. The practice also cultivates compassion. When you rehearse losing what you have, you better understand those who already live without. You see their resilience not as foreign, but as something you too could embody. This understanding deepens respect and generosity, making you less judgmental and more willing to help. So tonight, as you prepare for rest, walk through the fire drill of fate. Pretend that by tomorrow, your house, your job, your possessions may be gone. Feel the discomfort, then feel the strength that remains. Remind yourself that while fortune controls externals, your character remains in your power. Sleep with this resilience planted in your heart and wake lighter, less afraid, more prepared for whatever fate may bring. This is not despair, it is freedom, the kind of freedom that only comes when you no longer cling desperately to what can vanish overnight. When you rehearse the fire drill of fate, stripping away house, job, and possessions in thought, you prove to yourself that you can survive without material anchors. Yet possessions are not the only things that bind the spirit. Many who could endure loss of property still collapse when they lose applause, recognition, or the comfort of validation. The craving for approval is a subtler form of wealth, and the fear of being unseen is a subtler form of poverty. The Stoics taught that true strength lies in being able to live content without praise, to act with virtue whether the world notices or not. Practicing emotional poverty before sleep is the way to train this strength. By rehearsing life stripped of validation and status, you cultivate peace without applause, preparing yourself to wake free from the chains of external approval. The exercise begins by reflecting on how much of your day was guided by the pursuit of recognition. Did you speak words hoping they would be admired? Did you act generously because others might notice? Did you feel discouraged when effort went unseen? These small dependencies often pass unnoticed, yet they reveal how much of your worth you place in others' responses. Before sleep, bring them into focus. Say to yourself, what if no one ever acknowledges what I did today? Can I still rest in peace? This question cuts to the heart of attachment. The meditation deepens when you strip away imagined applause. Picture yourself acting well, completing duties, showing kindness, but with no one watching. No recognition, no gratitude, no applause. Only you and your conscience. At first, the thought feels heavy, even unfair, but sit with it. The Stoics argued that virtue is its own reward, that the act itself carries its value, independent of audience. By rehearsing invisibility, you strengthen your ability to act from principle rather than from approval. This practice also dissolves fear of obscurity. Many fear being forgotten, their work unnoticed, their efforts invisible. Yet obscurity is the fate of nearly all, for time erases names and faces quickly. By embracing it in thought before bed, you remove its sting. You remind yourself, if my life is unseen, it is still meaningful if it aligns with virtue. This perspective brings freedom. You no longer chain yourself to legacy or applause. You act for the sake of justice, courage, and wisdom alone. Another layer of emotional poverty is releasing the need for validation in relationships. You may long for constant affirmation, for words of love repeated daily, for reassurance that you are valued. But when you depend on this, peace becomes fragile. By rehearsing its absence, you strengthen your independence. You remind yourself that your worth does not shrink because another fails to express it. You are not diminished by silence. You remain whole, with or without recognition. The exercise is paired well with the breath. Inhale while repeating silently, I release the need for applause. Exhale with, I rest in my own virtue. Each cycle engraves this truth into body and mind. Over time, the association becomes natural. When the craving for validation arises, the breath itself recalls the mantra, calming the desire. This practice also builds humility. Status often inflates the ego, convincing you that you are greater than others because of titles or achievements. By rehearsing emotional poverty, you imagine yourself stripped of these roles, seen as ordinary, unnoticed, perhaps even dismissed. Humility grows when you accept this without bitterness. You see clearly that status is temporary and fragile, while character remains. There is freedom in this exercise. When you no longer require applause, you become unshakable. Criticism loses power because you are not living for approval. Praise loses danger because you are not addicted to it. You become steady, guided by principle, immune to the volatility of opinion. This freedom is not cold detachment, but warm resilience. It allows you to act more authentically because you are no longer calculating what reaction your actions might earn. The meditation sharpens gratitude as well. When you stop expecting recognition, any gesture of thanks becomes a gift rather than a debt. You no longer demand it. You simply receive it with appreciation when it comes. Gratitude grows because entitlement fades. Practicing emotional poverty before bed also reshapes identity. You learn to define yourself not by titles, awards, or compliments, but by the quiet record of your conscience. Ask yourself each night, did I act with justice today? Did I practice courage? Did I remain disciplined? These are the measures that endure. Titles fade, applause dies, but character remains. The rehearsal of poverty clears away the illusion of worth tied to recognition. The practice can extend into imagining loss of reputation. Picture yourself misunderstood, criticized unfairly, perhaps even mocked. Hold the image without resistance. Remind yourself, their opinion is not my essence. I remain who I am. This trains resilience against slander and prepares you to walk calmly when others misjudge you. The exercise dissolves fear of misperception, freeing you from the need to control every narrative about yourself. Another benefit is the training of generosity. When you no longer seek validation, you give without calculation. You help because it is right, not because it will be noticed. You forgive because it frees your heart, not because it will make you admired. This purity strengthens virtue and builds trust with yourself. You act because it is good, not because it is seen. Over time, this practice shifts the way you approach ambition. You begin to care less about recognition and more about substance. You may still strive, but for mastery rather than fame. You may still work, but for contribution rather than applause. Ambition becomes grounded in principle rather than vanity, making it steadier and less corrosive. So tonight, when you prepare for rest, rehearse emotional poverty. Picture life without applause, without validation, without recognition. Release the craving for status, the hunger for thanks, the need for admiration. Tell yourself, I am enough without it. My virtue is my peace. Let this truth carry you into sleep and wake lighter, freer, immune to the volatility of praise and blame. In this independence lies true strength, the kind no audience can grant or take away. When you rehearse emotional poverty and detach from applause, you discover a calm independence that no opinion can disturb. Yet, even with this freedom, there remains one more realm where the mind often betrays itself, the silent world of dreams. Sleep does not free you from thought. It carries your patterns into the night and strengthens them in the subconscious. If your waking mind is full of fear, envy, or resentment, those seeds grow stronger while you sleep. But if your mind is fed rational, stoic reflections before rest, the subconscious carries them forward, weaving them into dreams, reshaping thought patterns, and preparing you to wake steadier. This is the practice of planting the Stoic dream seed, giving your sleeping mind deliberate material so that even unconscious hours become training grounds for reason. The practice begins with recognition of how powerful the subconscious is. Waking life is only part of the story. Much of the mind's processing happens beyond awareness. The thoughts you dwell on before sleep sink deeper than those of the day. They replay, they take root, they shape mood and perception when morning comes. Most people let this process happen blindly, falling asleep with the noise of distractions, unresolved anger, or endless worry. The result is restless sleep and a mind conditioned toward weakness. The Stoics instead used deliberate reflection, seeding their unconscious with truths aligned with reason and virtue. To begin, select a phrase that embodies Stoic clarity. It must be short, simple, and grounded in principle. Examples might include, "What is beyond my control is not mine to fear," or "Virtue is enough for peace." Repeat the phrase silently as you lie in bed, letting it settle into rhythm with your breath. The key is not to force belief, but to let repetition carry the phrase inward. Each time the mind wanders, return gently to the phrase. In this way, the seed is planted. This practice builds presence. Instead of letting the last words of the day come from outside noise, television, conversation, or worry, you choose them deliberately. The final thought before sleep becomes the strongest impression. By controlling it, you guide the direction of the subconscious. Just as a farmer does not scatter seeds at random, but selects what to plant, you choose which ideas will grow in your mind overnight. The exercise deepens when you personalize the phrases. Reflect on the challenges you faced that day and craft a statement that answers them with reason. If you faced anger, say, "Another's words are theirs, not mine." If you faced loss, say, "Nothing external belongs to me, I remain whole." If you faced temptation, say, "Discipline frees me more than indulgence." These tailored phrases respond directly to your struggles, giving the subconscious the tools it needs to reshape patterns. The practice also strengthens resilience. Many wake with lingering emotions from the previous day, carrying resentment or fear forward. By planting Stoic phrases before sleep, you interrupt this cycle. You give the mind a rational anchor to return to. Even in dreams, the subconscious continues processing with that anchor present. The next day, challenges feel less overwhelming because the mind has rehearsed strength in the night. Another dimension is lucidity. Dreams often run without awareness, but Stoic seeds can create moments of clarity even within them. A repeated phrase may echo during sleep, reminding you that what you see is not reality, but thought. This recognition, even if fleeting, strengthens detachment. It trains the mind to question impressions, a core Stoic skill. Whether or not you gain full lucidity, the practice builds the habit of stepping back from appearances. Pairing the phrase with the breath makes it more effective. Inhale while saying silently, "I accept what is." Exhale with, "I let go of what is not mine." The rhythm engraves the truth in body as well as mind. Over time, the association becomes instinctive. In waking life, the same rhythm may arise naturally in stressful moments, calming you without effort. This exercise also cultivates gratitude. One of the most powerful seeds to plant is, "I owe thanks for all that comes, chosen or unchosen." Repeating this phrase before sleep trains the subconscious to meet life with gratitude, not resentment. In dreams, this perspective may shape how you respond to symbols of challenge or loss. In waking life, it manifests as readiness to thank rather than curse what arrives. Another benefit is the weakening of negative self-talk. Many lie in bed replaying failures, criticizing themselves harshly. This strengthens insecurity overnight. By deliberately planting rational phrases, you counter this pattern. Instead of "I am worthless," you repeat, "I grow through error." Instead of "I failed," you repeat, "Each mistake is a lesson." The subconscious absorbs these truths, replacing cycles of shame with cycles of resilience. The dream seed practice also disciplines attention. It trains you to notice when the mind drifts and to return to a chosen focus. This discipline carries into the day. You become more capable of guiding thoughts rather than being dragged by them. The simple act of returning again and again to the phrase builds mental strength like a muscle. Over time, this ritual transforms sleep itself. Nights become not only rest, but rehearsal. Each hour of unconsciousness works in your favor, deepening habits of clarity and calm. You wake not only refreshed in body, but sharpened in mind. Even if dreams remain chaotic, the subconscious processing is anchored by rational seeds, preventing negativity from taking root. So tonight, before you close your eyes, choose your phrase carefully. Repeat it with the breath. Let it settle into your mind and trust that it will grow while you sleep. By planting Stoic seeds, you turn unconscious hours into allies, training reason even when awareness rests. And when morning comes, you rise not only rested, but strengthened, carrying forward the quiet power of a mind shaped by deliberate reflection. When you plant rational reflections before sleep, You use the silent hours of the night to shape thought patterns and strengthen reason. The mind becomes a garden, tended even in dreams, nourished by phrases that remind you of virtue and clarity. But this practice, as powerful as it is, prepares for something greater, the way you rise when morning arrives. The Stoics saw each dawn as an opportunity not to continue yesterday unchanged, but to begin again as if freshly born. Nightly meditation is incomplete if it does not carry forward into rebirth at dawn. To commit to waking each day as a new philosopher is to refuse to be chained by old errors, stale regrets, or the inertia of habit. It is to treat the morning as creation itself, a chance to live wisely from the very first breath. The practice begins with the final thought before sleep. Tomorrow I will rise as new. This declaration sets the stage for renewal. Instead of drifting into unconsciousness with unresolved burdens, you release them, trusting that morning will bring a chance to start again. This is not denial of responsibility, but acceptance that the past cannot be changed. By ending the day with this vow, you transform rest into a bridge between what was and what can be. Rebirth at dawn demands humility. Each morning you admit that yesterday's wisdom is not enough. No matter how disciplined you were, no matter how much progress you made, the work of living well must be renewed. Just as the body requires fresh food each day, the mind requires fresh commitment. This humility prevents complacency. It reminds you that virtue is never finished, only practiced moment by moment. The exercise also cultivates freedom from regret. Many wake already weighed down, carrying mistakes of yesterday into the new day. But rebirth at dawn severs this chain. You tell yourself, that self is gone. Today I begin anew. By practicing this nightly, you stop dragging the corpse of yesterday into the morning. You still learn from errors, but you do not let them poison fresh beginnings. The lesson remains, the shame is released. This practice deepens resilience. Life will always bring hardship, but each dawn offers renewal. You may have faltered yesterday, but you rise today with fresh strength. The thought itself builds endurance. You do not collapse under repeated challenges because you treat each morning as a reset. The struggle of yesterday does not define you. The choice of today does. Another benefit is sharpening of presence. When you treat each day as your first, ordinary experiences regain their freshness. The sky, the air, the voices of others all feel new. Habit dulls perception. Rebirth restores it. By practicing nightly commitment to wake as new, you cultivate wonder, the sense that life itself is gift rather than routine. This wonder strengthens gratitude, making even small moments significant. Rebirth at dawn also aligns with mortality. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that death could come at any moment, but he also reminded himself that while life remained, each morning was a chance to live rightly. By linking rebirth to mortality, you recognize both fragility and urgency. You accept that time is limited, yet you refuse to waste the time you still have. Each day becomes a complete life, born in the morning and completed at night. The meditation can be paired with breath. As you prepare for sleep, breathe deeply and repeat silently with each exhale. Tomorrow, I begin again. This rhythm engraves the thought into body and mind. When morning comes, the breath recalls it naturally. The very first inhalation after waking becomes symbolic of birth, a reminder that the day ahead is untainted by the past. The practice also redefines identity. Many cling to fixed stories about themselves. I am weak. I always fail. I am defined by my past. Rebirth at dawn dismantles these illusions. By treating each morning as a chance to live differently, you remind yourself that identity is not fixed but chosen. You are not bound by yesterday's story. You are free to write a new one. This freedom is radical because it releases you from self-imposed prisons. Another dimension is discipline. To rise as new is not indulgence but responsibility. Each dawn is not merely a reset, but an opportunity to recommit to the work of virtue. The Stoics believed that philosophy must be lived, not only studied. Rebirth at dawn is the act of recommitting daily, refusing to let progress stagnate. This discipline accumulates over time, carving steady character from repeated beginnings. The exercise also nurtures courage. Many fear change, preferring the safety of familiar habits. But to treat each day as a new beginning is to embrace change willingly. You step into the unknown not with dread, but with purpose. Courage grows because you face renewal daily. The unfamiliar becomes natural. You train yourself to meet uncertainty not as threat, but as opportunity. Rebirth at dawn transforms relationships as well. When you treat each morning as a new life, you also treat others with renewed openness. Past grievances lose their grip. You greet people not with the weight of yesterday's anger, but with fresh patience. This does not erase memory or excuse harm, but it creates space for forgiveness and new beginnings. In this way, rebirth strengthens compassion. Over time, this practice reshapes your entire rhythm of life. Nights become periods of release. Mornings become acts of renewal. Each day feels purposeful, complete in itself, not merely a continuation of endless routines. This perspective dissolves boredom, reduces anxiety, and builds steadiness. You stop drifting and begin living each day as if it were both your first and your last. So tonight, when you close your eyes, release the burdens of the day and plant the seed of renewal. Tell yourself, tomorrow I rise as new, free from yesterday, ready for virtue. Sleep then becomes not an escape, but a passage. And when dawn breaks, open your eyes as though for the first time. Let gratitude, humility, and courage guide you into the day, carrying the strength of one reborn, a philosopher beginning again with every sunrise. You've now walked through the full 4-hour journey of Stoic sleep meditation. One practice flowing into the next, each designed to sharpen your mind, cleanse your heart, and prepare you to wake with strength. From the midnight reckoning of self-audit to negative visualization to rehearsing exile, detachment, gratitude, and finally rebirth at dawn, you've seen how the Stoics turned even the silence of night into training for virtue. These meditations strip away fear, dissolve resentment, loosen attachment to comfort, and plant seeds of reason deep in the subconscious. By morning, you don't just wake rested, you wake renewed, disciplined, and ready to live with purpose. Now I'd like to hear from you. Which of these nightly practices spoke to you the most? Was it the fire drill of fate, the cloak of indifference, or perhaps the hourglass meditation? Share your thoughts in the comments. I read every one, and your reflections add wisdom to this community. And if you found value in this journey, make sure to subscribe to the channel and turn on the bell. That way, you'll never miss the next step in building the unshakable, clear, and free mind that Stoic practice makes possible. Your transformation begins at night, but it continues every day forward.